distortion effect I've been messing around. Definitely making a wrong picture. Or the blurring wasn't enough.
According to my thing, we have a bunch of drop frames. According to the Twitch inspector, it's red as hell, despite quality #1 online. But it shows. Let me turn the dark mirror off. Blinking light. Oh, that's my that's the thing on my face. That's the stability detector. That's like flickering on and off because it's going, what the fuck? Why is it? Why are you losing frames? According to this, there's red lines happening. Do you see the problem? It says unstable. 4,000 kilobits. Getting all these like red things on the Twitch inspector. Quite having some moments where it's okay. Here, I'll throw it up on. Oh, I guess you can't see it yet because I have. But if I do this, that's the wrong button. If I do this, you can see it. Bright as fuck. So now it says we're good. The Twitch inspector. What am I here? I'm gonna lose some frames when I do the settings, but file settings. This I gotta turn. What's my stream? Oh, I'm set to auto? That might be the issue. Let me try stopping that for a second. Let's see how fast I can do this. I don't know if I did that fast enough. Make it not go off. I think I saved the YouTube streams as well because I did it fast. But now it's saying I have 12,000 kilobit upload, which is like, no, I don't. So are you losing frames on this, Kara, or are you not losing frames? Like a refresh or something. So are you losing frames on this? Now it says stable at 11,000 kilobits, which doesn't make any sense. You can see, oh my god. The number of events happening here is like all over the place. And now it says we're down here at 0 somehow? I don't understand what it says that we're at. All these green, what are these different dots? Landscape #1, landscape #2, landscape #3, landscape #4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are there like multiple versions of my stream? Oh wait, is this because of okay, so I enabled enhanced broadcasting. Maybe that is I enabled enhanced broadcasting, so maybe that is what worked? Well, there's different versions of the stream going at once here. No recommended changes. Yeah, I have a 1080p stream. I have a 720p stream. I have a, you know, smaller and smaller and smaller quality streams. So that's what's happening there. So I wonder... Now, according to my OBS window, it says here, drop frames 65%. But maybe this just doesn't quite understand what that means. I'm not seeing the thing over my face. That little, like, bad bitrate detected thing. I dropped a bit. Stutter when zooming in and out like that. Make sure you select 1080p. Wait, frame rate FPS 30? FPS is not the right frame rate at all. It's supposed to be 60. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the settings. It's gonna glitch for a sec. Let me turn this down too. It's gonna glitch for a second when I pull up the settings. Glitch. Yeah, it should be straight up 60 FPS. Grr. Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it? Okay, let me try turning this off again. Don't know if I did it fast enough again. We'll see. No longer on enhanced broadcasting. Still good on the YouTube streams. I guess I should look at the health of the YouTube streams to see. Finished. No, it's not finished. Okay, good. Well, I'm looking at the YouTube camera, like I said. Stream settings, stream health. Stream health is excellent according to YouTube. Why doesn't this show it? Unstable, unstable. Unstable at 4,000. What's the gray thing? It's because I'm just not doing much. I think I have constant bitrate selected. It should be. Yeah, I'm still dropping. Well, let's see. Yeah, still dropping 65% of my frames for some reason, according to my network thing, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Oy. I think it has something to do with. I don't know if it's just because like the fucking stupid built-in OBS settings can't figure out how multi-streaming works or something. But I feel like it does not. I mean, I've been multi-streaming for like forever now, and this is not a problem normally. Just sometimes it goes bananas and it says I'm losing frames. Now that I'm not doing whatever it is, I seem to have 60 frames. But here it says average frame rate 45. When was it ever not 60 FPS? Because you're just losing frames here? I don't know what these red sections mean. Unstable? That's the difference? Because it went underneath. But this is... Why was this unstable? This is fucking in the... It's higher numbers than before. My broadcast drops frames and the broadcaster says it's okay. So now it says no drop frames from my OBS, even though I haven't changed anything. Oh, I just dropped some frames on the network side. Only 42 though. It's just one of those you just gotta wait it out kind of things. I don't know. Six minutes of time? Seven minutes total when the thing started. Dropping frames again. Just little pockets of them. I lost 40 at some point, and then I lost 143 at some point. And that's like about a total of 2 seconds. Just dropped 30, 65, 70. Now it stopped dropping. I just can't ambient music obviously would not have an effect on it. Yeah, just not changing anything, turning it back on and off. So that's dumb. I don't know. Go back to the Twitch thing here. So like this, a downward spike there, that makes sense to me that would be considered unstable. But sometimes when it's like barely moving at all, or even like increasing, like it was okay here. Maybe I've seen it before where from here it's not good. Then from here to here, as it's climbing, they consider it unstable. Doesn't make any sense to me. But this is just a tool. Whatever. Tesla's average frame rate 44. I still have dropped 40 network frames in the past however many minutes since I last hit the refresh button. So there's still tiny pockets of things dropping. Only so much I can do about it at this point. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. Is 7500 the maximum bit rate that you can stream up to? Is that my issue? Is I should be streaming at a higher bit rate? Let's try. File. This is going to drop for a second. I pull up the settings window. All right. So now we're constant bit rate going up to 7500. So we should see it climb immediately. Whenever it refreshes, that is. Yeah, here we go. Whee! So I was at 6,000 before, which is why I was above this line at 5,500. We should be pretty close to this dotted line pretty quickly. Maybe that'll do it. Although I'm not quite getting up a total of 7,000 bit rate. That also could be the problem, is that my internet just can't provide that many bits on the upload side. Oh well. You can only mess with this for so long. They're saying that on my suggestions because I was quiet for a second. There's no audio. Sorry, dead air. Sorry, dead air. Here, let's play more ambience. There's no dead air. All right, let's do some stuff here. Why did I turn this off? Gah. Blinded. All right, let's do our penis and let's do our connections. We're gonna make our brain better. Penis. Oh. Bubba. No. No. Oh, I had an E again. Fuck. Should have used an E. Okay. I was thinking of knock, but I want to use more letters, so I was thinking of what's something to replace. No E. Not a word. What? Nolt. Obviously, that's not a word. Whatever. So N has to be the last two. Running out of vowels here. N has to be the last two. N can't be there. Penis. That's my word. Well, it's free for anybody who wants to use it. Hold on, let me grab my put that back. Let me grab my chat I normally use. Let me know if the stream's unstable or dropping frames. According to this, I've dropped 20-ish% of my network frames since I had the refresh button. Like right now, I'm losing 65% according to my thing here, which doesn't seem right based off of my YouTube stream quality. And then let me look at my Twitch thing here. I'm sure it's going to say unstable, unstable, unstable. Yeah, it hates it. Fuck me. I'll just have to deal with it. I don't know. I don't know what else to do about it. It's okay. That's frustrating that my tools tell me I'm dropping when I'm not actually dropping. Interesting. Yeah. CN something. ECU N T. Or something like XN. Oh, no M. No cum. I was gonna type cumin, but I just typed cum. TU. Punged. Oh, I always spell tongue weird. Like I always spell like tongue. If I know there's an E in it somewhere, I always forget how to spell it. I don't think the word is tongue though, because O is not in it as well. GU GLU. Look, that's thinking of Donald Trump sucking Bill Clinton's dick again. I only have N and C. Now you know where the C is supposed to go. CHUN. I was gonna say K for chunk, but K is not right. Let's see. What would be CHU? R's already says not in it. Yeah. He could be. N has to be one of the last two, based off the first three letters not being the right spot. I don't think that's a word. Obviously not a word. Chuns. But the N can't be the first three. can't use S or A. What is... Let me type it out. B-L-U-N-T. I need a C in there, though. Blunt. Lumb. Alright, I'll just do it to get the letters down. Okay. So neither it's C-L-U-N-X or it's, wait, C-L-U-N-K? Clunk? No, I can't use K already. I love using K's. Or it's X-L-U-N-C. I was like, is that how you say flunked? You flunked the class? So we have C-L-U-N. These all don't look like words to me. Lung. Oh my god, is that... Oh, what a rough one, bro. Ung. There's an ung word. Okay. 88% win chance. Interesting. What did you think it was, Kara? She thought it was blunt. That's funny though that I mean, you also thought of blunt as one of the words to try out, and it was a good one. It gave me the really important letters, and it still left me the C, which is going to be really nice to throw in there. So, all right. Today's word of the day. Yeah, you can get a little PV Harmon effect whenever clung is used. That'd be kind of fun. Connections. 4 groups of 4. Twilight. Team Jake. Anybody? No? I don't think that Senna thing is supposed to be up still. Oh, is it broken? This happens sometimes. I hate that. I hate that so much. Maybe because I hit the group? Okay, let me type it in. What was that called? Okay. Nope. Missed. You might get a little bit of a sound here. It's frozen. That's the issue. Sometimes these clips get stuck like that. And that's really lame that they do this. It's so lame that the OBS does this sometimes. Even though the video is supposed to reconnect. Every time it becomes active, sometimes it just won't. Grr.
Kill yourself, you
Whoa,
fucking
Jesus
loser,
Christ, that
bitch.
scared the
You
shit out of
dumb
me.
fuck. Your mom doesn't love you, okay? No one's gonna show up at your funeral.
Yeah, see how it's still playing? That's
Like
by
you,
hiding it.
You shouldn't even be breathing. I wouldn't even breathe the dusty ass, poor ass air that you have. You
Stop.
should kill yourself now.
Stop. No, I won't, Senna. You can't make me. Okay, I'll just have to do that to it. I just looked over and saw that thing sticking over there. I don't know of a guy named Clung. But good on them for doing dunks. All right. Twilight, season, film, period, method, time, slash, stage, salt, comfort, dash, flavor, spice, buffer, colon, character. Yeah, there's definitely some that are sticking out to me. Twilight is a time of night. Method, acting, period is used like a period piece. As well as, you know, a character actor, a method actor, stage actor, period piece, a film actor. I mean, I guess that's technically how you might refer to an actor. You wouldn't call him a Twilight or a season or a period. These are types of actors. Yeah, I mean, film actor is kind of dumb to me, but because like people are film actors even when they don't do films. Like, let's be real. Okay, salt, flavor, spice. Obviously, season and spice and flavor makes you think of pumpkin spice or whatever, but they're not connected in the correct way for a group of 4. I don't think. Comfort. Food. Seasonal food. Dash is the amount of something. Nothing else is really kind of like that. Buffer could be something you have before something. And also could be something to do with like what videos can do. The rest of them don't really work. Slash, dash. Kind of like things that you can type. But not enough. But colon, slash, dash. Period. Ah, types of punctuation or whatever. Punctuation marks. Colon would be tough to do when it's like the colon? Like, all right. Spice and salts, kind of the same thing. Flavor is referring to these things, and then comfort doesn't really fit in my book. But I guess technically there's like spice and like salt is a type of spice. It wouldn't be in a group of 4 together with itself. And salt provides flavor, but it wouldn't be in a group itself with each other. You know what I mean? Like you could say like salt, seasoning, season, you know, okay, those are all flavors or whatever, but you can season food, you can salt food, you can spice food, I guess is what you could say, but what, you can flavor food? Is that what people say? The rest of them don't really make sense, so let's just see. I got a lot of guesses here. That's it. Enhance the taste of. That's kind of... Because, like, flavor kind of means the taste, but I guess you can flavor something with orange juice, right? So I guess, technically, if it's if it's like the verb of it. So time, comfort, buffer, twilight. Let's see. Sometimes this is all that it comes down to, is just figuring out what the fuck this is supposed to be. Light, port, me, fur, no, buff, no, comfort, food, twilight, the book series. Is it like a time cops or time stoppers, twilight, new moon, or whatever, like these different like book names? Maybe I've been getting stuck on the word twilight too much and relating it to the Vampire stuff. Let's see what it is. Twilight Zone. I mean, they always close it out. I'm like, I wanted to see it, bitch. Time Zone. Buffer Zone. Okay, Buffer Zone's a thing. Comfort Zone. I guess, you know what? I can't, you know, technically those are all things when I think about them. But I don't really think of Buffer Zone as like an actual word. You know what I mean? To me, a buffer zone is like a colloquial thing that you might say, but not really a real thing. Auto zone? Yeah, that's pretty sick. The Joan zone. Joan Adams? Oh, man. Did I have a glass, Kara? Okay. Thanks. Oh yeah, take meds. Got it. Good call. That's one of my other dailies I should be doing on top of the crosswords. This ambience is almost too ambient. Transgender. Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. Because I mean, there's like Joan Rivers or something. Like there are other menacing Jones, I guess. Okay. Yummy. All right. So we had, because it's less of a news day because it's the weekend, a lot of the news places don't pump out as much news. And also, it's nice to mix things up and have not always be so damn down on the world. Just because the world's down. We could start off with a real crowd pleaser one. Propaganda? Uh-oh. I don't think I have it set in the right spot. But thankfully, it didn't break everything. Hell yeah.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Pets.
What the hell? Are you tiny? Oh my god, he's in jail! What
Break him out. Free him. Yeah.
did you do?
Turns out when your cat and surfaces are the same color, it can cause some issues.
Alright, wow, he's loud as hell. I spy.
Little void.
Oh.
No one here.
Wee.
Okay, I'm gonna flip it around.
Oh my goodness.
What the hell did you do? No, this is your mess.
This is a play. This is staged. No sand slides out. I mean, maybe the cup rolled and there's like a ledge to it. I don't know.
No,
It's on
you've
TikTok.
already had enough.
Buy a bee viral? Yeah, okay, sure, buddy.
Leia.
Oh, the ball is stuck.
No, honey.
But that's someone's walker. Stop. Wait.
You
You're gonna hurt Grams. Oh, it's one of the Smeg fridges. This is used to be a brand we'd sell occasionally that are like insanely expensive. I guess because they have that retro style to them.
They made a little bar for the squirrel that comes to their garden.
I couldn't help but just imagine Peter Griffin every time Smeg was brought up. The bar needs to be a little bit bigger. It's kind of like a big peanut, yeah.
This girl and her dog found a stray bobcat kitten on their walk.
Oh no, no! You run. You don't. You're not like, oh look, it's abandoned. Actually, it wasn't abandoned. And then the mom is like, wakes up and like, you know what I mean?
Be gentle. Oh my god.
Wait, is that a bobcat? It looks like just a kitten. I guess bobcats aren't that big.
It's a baby. Just be gentle. Be sweet.
Oh, Via be right. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think she wants her
It's good for your skin, I think.
breakfast.
Holy white woman. Oh my god, bro. You got... Look at what the hell. That dog goes to the barber more than I do. Goats are silly.
Gunner, come. Gunner. Gunner, come. Get up.
No.
Come.
She's working on her tan.
Classic cat. She? Nutsack detected?
Are you smiling in the mirror? Are you smiling in the mirror? Where is he? Where's that other donkey? Oh, are you excited, smiling?
Teamwork. Well. Dude, put a fucking, like, you know, a mill grinder in there and you got free wheat grind. Yeah. How does it feel, be viral, to have all your videos stolen by another person, or I guess bot, you know? The aggregators are now getting aggregated. Take that. Oh, was that a little bit of ramen? What was that?
Hello?
I hope it wasn't pork flavored ramen. That would be a little odd.
Oh.
Listen to that beautiful voice.
I would have sworn that there was like one of those old rail carts where you're like going like this while that's squeaking guy. No. Crazy.
Personally,
those are big kitties, but they're very long and thin. Like, they're lanky kitties. Like, obviously they're big, but I love me a big kitty, but that's kind of like a weird one. He's got to grease his ass.
personal care is very important to this cat.
I don't know, man. Is that safe? I mean, I guess if you know what you're doing, but you know, you shank it, bang, fuck up the dog's face with that ball. Whoa, yo, or that. Jesus Christ.
He just wants to join in.
Brief.
She was trying to make new friends.
They're like picking at his teeth. Ooh, look at the lips.
If he's not my son, then explain this. Tato, look. What is that?
They just wanted to help.
Gotta stink.
Quase. Ai, que lindo! Ele é muito inteligente.
You gotta learn the new tech. You gotta get that wall jump.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
Just every time I hear it, I picture it.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's sitting, standing, and laying down all at the same time. It's magical.
Goofy boys.
Mr. Groundhog's in the yard. All right. Harper loves chasing groundhogs. Ready? Go get him. Get him. In she goes.
Oh.
Dogs always love the grandparents.
They can smell cancer.
He convinced his dog to try invisible treats.
Hey, you want some?
Oh.
You want some more? That's good, I know, right?
Look at me.
This is the first time he's been able to run without his wheelchair thanks to a new bionic leg.
Sammy!
Ooh.
Sammy! Good job, Sammy! Go, Sammy, go! Oh my god.
It's more like a brace.
Red. I think I'm gonna cry.
Maybe it responds to the knee moving to try to push the forward part of the leg.
Sammy, go! Okay. Rest time. Good job, Sammy! You did so good!
Fiddy the Black Persian is what it says there. The name was? Freddy. The Black Persian, okay. Throwing it back.
He'd never seen them having a bath.
The weight shifter.
What you see, Spooky?
He's having some trouble getting on the couch.
No. You got the up part. You got to get the forward part.
This kitten loves her owner.
Those are the balls that have like little sound makers inside of them. I think we got one for Wasabi. Sloppy boys.
Look at this, guys. How amazing is this? That's Grandpa. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant.
He's about to meet his new best friend.
Hello, Fresh. What the? I'm sure the dog knew there was a dog in there long before.
This dog thinks that she can get up here and have anything that I'm eating, and it's getting ridiculous.
Where did the rest of the cream go? Where did the... Bruce, do you know where it went? What do you mean?
He's not a fan of vegetables.
Skitty kitty. Skitty kitty. Skitty kitty.
I was thinking, like, is that a waste of Skittles? I guess you could eat them, but I don't know. Think about like your hand getting a little bit hot for a second. They probably wouldn't have started melting and getting all over the cat's hair and stuff. Also, the cat could have some filth on it, I guess. Whoa.
This old dog needs some help going down the stairs.
Oh.
This blind and deaf dog is confused by the raindrops. He couldn't work it out.
Rough.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Later. That was cute. I mean, Daily Dose of Pet video. Wait, why wouldn't it be cute? Okay. Let's go with... Let's go with the ones that Kara had. The Papa Meat video. Online relationship tests are horrible. It's kind of like, is it real? It's on the internet. Right? Let's see.
Hey guys, more of a serious topic today. I know we like to joke around and stuff, but I've been holding this in for a while, and I
think he's setting up a bit.
Some alarming news from my doctors, and I just wanted to talk about the new merch.
More merch available. We have some Rock of Love merch, and also we've been seeing a lot of people requesting the Ozempic and the I Control Fire shirt back. So they are back. They're there. Get the description if you want some sweet merch. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel! Today we're going to be talking about TikTok relationship tests. Run. Getting into relationships can be hard, but maintaining a healthy...
Like, a lot of these are, I think, obviously set up, right? They probably will mention it and cover it, but I just feel like they have to be. Because who sets up the camera and then starts throwing shoes at each other? Like,
healthy one can be even harder. Some people simply don't trust their partners, whether it's because of bad treatment.
Stop. I'm gonna hit you. You should.
Personal insecurities.
I mean, it's a nice outfit. I just don't think it looks good on you.
Or mere superstition.
Allison, when you inevitably divorce me, what's your next wedding gonna be like?
One thing is certainly true. TikTok relationship trends are making things much worse. So I'll tell you why they're making things much worse.
Well, maybe they'll play it because I'm like, why would that be a bad thing to grab something for them?
Nick, is because all of these things we're getting ready to talk about today are all people that are looking for a reason, in my opinion, to leave.
Oh, you think so?
I think 90% of them. Because to me, it's looking for people outside to give you validation to do the quote unquote bad thing or the hard thing. And it's bullshit. These are all so stupid, by the way. They're so dumb. Every day, millions of people go on TikTok and watch happy couples perform various tests on each other to see if they're truly meant to be, right? This has led to more and more people perform.
It's childish, right? There's a lot of things that are like that. I'm trying to think of some of the old ones. Well, there's the Would You Love Me If I'm a Worm, but even the like. There's also like even some of those like paper thing tests where it's like you got to answer the right questions to get the right answer. There's all kinds of like, ooh, let's see, you know, there's like the dipping the wax, or you drip the wax into a bowl and it forms a shape. That one was spoofed on The Simpsons, which is why I know it, because I never was invited to girl sleepovers, but yeah. This is a different version, obviously, because it's like using a fucking, you know, Instagram filter that texts a face and then gives a number or something. But yeah,
performing these tests in their own lives, leading to disappointing results because people can't also realize when something is fabricated.
Yeah.
Somebody doing a dumb test and be like, oh my God, he's so quirky. That made up. It's not real. Human beings don't act like that. They don't. We'll get into it. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Maybe it's just how I'm treated at home or something.
Is there something you want to talk about?
No.
It was really fucked up how Allison came in the other day and just started yelling at you.
No, like it's like kind of like my fault. I shouldn't have been drinking water, you know.
Yeah. I just can't stand it when she's fucking mean to you, man.
Hey, it's my fucking wife you're talking about, man.
Sorry.
She'll talk to me anyway. She'll talk to me any way she wants to. Like she always has. So let's take a look at what TikTok can do to potentially strengthen my relationship.
Whoa.
As far as the tests themselves, many of them are subtle. That being said, failing to pass them leads to a sea of online feedback insisting that the relationship is doomed to fail, and this is the...
It does make sense that doing engagement bait of any kind, whether it be positive or negative or genuine, but it's still engagement bait, which is why they hit, which is why people do them, which is why people fake them. The whole cycle makes sense.
The case regarding one of the more recent trends, the bird theory, which I just want to say, that's the thing. If you don't pass the test, you're going to have a sea of croons squawking and balking at you. Ah, red flag!
Okay. A touch of misogyny there. Okay. Whoa, easy.
Big girls and ugly men. Oh, I would never treat... You know what I love about men commenting too? I would never treat you like that. It's always just something where it's just like, hey, let me cut the line and see what I can do here.
Because they're totally gonna...
Wait, wasn't it a lady's profile picture? Fuck, I hate it when the flicker...
I get that.
Where it's just like, you know what I love about men commenting too? I would never treat...
Like, the name is Tara, and it looks like a lady. Am I crazy? What does JS mean? J? Just saying. Got it. I mean, it's just a lesbian. Or a bi, you know, whatever, right? Like, it's definitely not a dude.
You like that. It's always just something where it's just like, hey, let me cut the line and see what I can do here.
Because they're totally gonna get that fucking pussy.
Oh, dude, online pussy, you kidding me? He's like, it probably smells so rank. But
what the fuck?
Let's start off with the bird theory. The point of the bird theory is to test whether or not your partner makes an effort to care about even your smallest of interests, which is like a bird. Apparently, it's just you looking out your window and looking at a bird, right? So to perform this theory, as it were, you bring up to your partner that you saw a bird earlier in the day. If your partner acknowledges this and reacts with a genuine interest, they pass the test, right? And according to the world-renowned psychologist Dr. John Gottman, aka Dr. Cuck, This can be considered a bid for attention. I don't know why I threw there's no reason. Dr. John Gottman, this is just him saying the facts, right? Him setting this straight. Essentially, a gesture meant to receive validation or attention that can often determine the strength.
Oh, I grabbed the thing. I was going to pause.
Straight. Essentially, a gesture.
Bid for connection. Hey, can you come in here for a minute? Did you hear about the drama with that company? Check out that view. I'm so sick of being overlooked at work. I feel like a horrible mother. I'm exhausted. Exasperated sigh. Looks over and pats the couch. What is this, a fucking cartoon show? Partner comes behind you and wraps arm around you.
You're meant to receive validation or attention.
I mean, some of these are like straight up, they're touching you, right? And also very clearly, like, exasperated sigh is sort of like a, okay, did you want to talk about something or what's wrong? You know, the patting down on the couch is obvious, you know, unless there's a cat nearby, like maybe you're asking the cat to sit down, but maybe dating couples would do it. Exasperated sigh and me having to go, hey, what's wrong, is a little childish, in my opinion, just because if you wanted to come talk to me, come talk to me. You don't need to create a sound in order for me to then be aware that you want to talk to me. You can just talk. I feel like if somebody did give an exasperated sigh, I'd be like, oh, what's wrong? But forcing you to come into, like, it's like, if you wanted to talk to me, come talk to me. Don't make me have to come talk to you, in a sense, right? I don't know. I guess maybe I'm being a little too annoyed by the implied communication instead of just the direct communication.
That can often determine the strength of a relationship. Here is the problem. If you try to make a big deal to me that you saw a bird earlier, I'm going to be like, do you got nothing else going on in the day? Come to me with, I saw a car wreck.
Oh, there you go.
I would be like, oh my, what happened? There's your interest. I saw a bird. So did everyone else today. Okay, sweetheart? You know what this is? Do you think this is me being a little rude? Jazzed up, got some coffee.
I guess if Kara was like, I saw a bird, I'd be like, was it a particularly rare bird? Or like, was it like wearing a hat or something? Like, why would you, what about the bird would make it different enough to bring up?
I mean, let me tell you something. Is it like hot girl theories? Is it hot girls doing this to be like, he doesn't even care about the little things because they have no other interests, so they have to drum up that they saw a bird?
I think it's not just hot girls. I think it's just women. Women just want drama. They're...
Oh boy.
Go ahead.
Bold statement.
He's acting like it's not. I feel like he's saying bold statement. This is me perhaps projecting extra kind of like douchey guy energy onto him, but I feel like he's like, oh, a bold statement, as if no one knew that was coming, right? Women be drama, like women be shopping. It's just like the same kind of thing. Like he's like, he doesn't even think that he's saying anything crazy. He thinks he's saying something that's so obvious. It's like saying the sky is blue.
Nick got broken up with recently, so he's a little on edge.
I think people just want to test your...
I really hope that wasn't his ex specifically. Oh, okay. Kara thinks it's a feminized photo of Nick or a feminized photo of okay. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be him or not, but just because it'd be weird to just throw up a picture of somebody that you don't normally see after you've left being with them. That would be crazy.
Relationship like it is, it's just something small where it's just like, he doesn't care about me.
Yeah, they want to complain.
Exactly.
They want to complain. I'm ending my statement there. They simply want to complain about something, don't they? This message is sponsored by Raycon. Keep your ears
Weird.
open and your holiday deck % off every crystal clear.
It's not even just thinking these things and then analyzing it to yourself and rationalizing it to yourself. It's saying it out loud on a YouTube video. Crazy. I haven't seen a Raycon ad in forever.
Watch this video. Now back to the video.
I feel like if you're doing these tests, it's one thing to just do it as a quote unquote prank, to be like, I know he's not going to care about it. But if you are genuinely doing it to like test your relationship.
See, that's the thing is I think that they are. Yeah. I think it's almost always genuine. I think that they go in being like, oh, it's not a big deal. But then they want people to be like, girl, sis, it is a big deal. It's a big deal, sis. And then she.
If you're at a point in time when you can't communicate your way out of that problem. So, for example, Kara sees some tests. She does them on me because it's fun. And then I fail or something. And then she thinks, or she reads the comments and then has some serious questions. Or maybe I fail, but I take it in a really bad way, a really extra bad way. And then you're like, ooh, those are some different red flags I haven't seen. Especially these relationships are like, oh, we've only been dating for 2 months or something. You can actually kind of like get a gleam into something. Also, I mean, certain people don't like, but then like, so without getting ahead of myself, if it's a problem, if the comments are leading them on and they are easily duped out of not believing you or communicating properly with you, then it was probably not the most rock solid relationship to begin with. And this was sort of one of those that's going to happen eventually one way or the other over time. Because if you can't communicate like, hey, you know, I'm sorry that I made you feel a certain way because I failed this test. I need to express to you that, you know, I don't necessarily enjoy being blindly tested without communicating it, because that's kind of like it's sort of an odd voyeuristic type of, like, constantly just testing somebody is, it's a form of aggression. It's a form of, not like assault or whatever, but it's just like, if you're feeling like you're constantly being tested beyond just like not being mean or, you know, hurtful at any moment, you're always being tested for that. But like a specific test where things are super important without even being told it's a test, without it's one of those, like, it's a little odd, right? It's sort of like, I did not consent to this test in a sense. It's hard to put it into words because, like I was saying before, every time is technically a test. Like, if I treat somebody bad, that's them. It now became a post hoc test. Like, oh, wow, they were a complete piece of shit to me. It wasn't technically a test before, but now it's basically a grade that's happening on this past interaction. So every interaction is a test. So, but to particularly set up a rubric that you're unaware of, and also the world is more fluid, and the way that you respond to things, like, is definitely not as black and white as perhaps these tests are, which is why standardized testing has flaws or whatever, right? But if you can't communicate the issue and also deal with it, then if your relationship really is breaking up over a TikTok test, then I guess, you know, what were the chances that you were going to be in holy matrimony for the next 50 years? Probably not that much, right? I mean, let's be real.
You'd be like, well, I guess he does do, and then she starts naming other things. Well, he does kind of like, I don't know, yell at me whenever I don't know, like I have my period in bed or something. I don't know, whatever the fuck it is.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's just,
because I'm just thinking, like, she probably didn't do it on purpose, because she probably does not want the period in bed if she's being extra careless. But like, I'm just like, but like, bro, you don't got periods, you don't know how it works. And also, like, this guy's got some fucking skid marks in his underwear, let's be real, right? So who is he to judge?
Normal, which it could be, I don't know. I saw a 3D video of how a period happens.
Oh, this is where you get to see the uterine lining.
It's like tears open and just fucking dumps out.
Did he not have, I mean, like, health class wasn't always, you know, people who would opt out or whatever, but like, he's my age, he definitely had health class. Maybe they didn't do a good job.
There's like jelly.
Yeah.
What? Well, he seemed surprised by it. I was like, that's exactly what I thought it was based off of. I mean, I didn't see a 3D animation of it, but I know what it's supposed to do.
I mean,
Holy boxers.
Have you seen like Total Recall? Whenever Arnold Schwarzenegger's head is like his eyes are bulging out of his face on Mars, it reminded me of that. There are many examples of people passing the test, and those who fail get brutalized in the comments. One man appears confused after being told that his partner saw a pretty bird and walks away saying, "Why did you tell me that?"
Why are you telling me that?
AKA normal guy. Are we adults? Listen, if I had a daughter, if a child came up to me and said, "I saw a pretty bird today," I'd be like, "Oh, that's cool. What did it look like?" You know why? Because it's a child. It has a smooth brain. Its brain is like a water balloon. There's no ridges. It's a simple creature that is innocent, right? A fully functioning adult, though, "I saw a pretty bird today." You got too much free time in your hands, is what I'd say. Or I'd be like, was it like a bald eagle? I don't know.
I agree. The case by case thing, right? Yeah.
That's another thing. If I tried to get specific, that would piss me off too. Was it like a bald eagle? I don't even know.
Cool.
This is an adult conversation. That was great.
What if they're like, "I saw a fucking hawk swoop down and pick up a mouse," and
that's
then
already
hawk came and they fought.
They
midair.
fought for it. You know what that is? That's a story. And I'm like, "Oh my god, what happened?" And then I'm intrigued. Even throwing in something mundane. You know what they got to do? What a real test would have been. I just period all in my panties today and see their reaction to that. Because I think a lot of guys would do.
Okay, he's thinking about this a lot. You could see being upset by how dismissive they are. Yeah, and also, why would you tell me that? Which is such a weird thing to say. Assuming this is, I mean, I'm assuming it's a fucking, it's fake. Or the dude's a piece of shit. It doesn't matter either way, right? It's the same thing. Like, we can imagine it's real, even if I'm being skeptical of it for rage bait or whatever. But, yeah, I have a very open book style sharing desire. I try my best to say what I think when I think it. I want to hear her thoughts more often than she can even muster sometimes, because I think my mind thinks in constant words, where maybe Kara's mind works in more ethereal thoughts or whatever. So it's easier for me to just brain to mouth everything and then I work it out loud as we go. And also sometimes Kara does tell me stuff and I'm just like, too much filler, or, you know, get to the point. I have also failed in my own instructions, right? So do I think that every individual interaction between you and a partner should be hyper-analyzed by an entire group who are hungry for engagement and rage or whatever? Probably not. That's probably not the healthiest way. Like, you don't Truman Show your whole life in every intimate moment, because I guess there's a bit of a fear of the private interactions aren't socially acceptable outside of the walls, but also like you deserve privacy and shit too, right? But you know, recording people without their consent and then sharing it is kind of technically an invalidation of trust in some ways or another. Now, there's also some amount of shared implied consent. Like, one of the things about like affirmation or like desire to be connected is coming up behind you and wrapping their arms around you. To a stranger, that would be literally like fucking, you know, assault. But to a partner in a committed long-term relationship where you live together, nobody really thinks that you just assaulted that person. Like, there's kind of implied, it's kind of chill, and it's, you know, unless there's some kind of thing going on where you've been telling them that you don't want them to be touched for a while or something, like, it's so to some degree the recording thing is a little bit loosened up compared to just recording a random stranger. But again, definitely a case-by-case kind of thing.
Oh, what? See, that's going to be a test someday. What would they call that? The Red Scare.
Oh, that's good.
The Red Scare theory. They sit there. It's like, yeah, I don't know, just all in my panties. I just felt weird. Because then other guys would be like, oh my God, are you okay? You feeling okay?
That's a
then
good
other guys
test.
would be like, yuck! Which I'd be like, oh!
Which I'd be like, right, yeah, he knows. At least he's aware, right? Because like you'd be like, whoa, really? Like, you need another pair, or like you need to pick you up so they can take you to the bathroom so you can't move your leg? Like, what? Just all at once? Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm unaware of how. I assumed it was a bit more of a trickle, not like a dam break. Whoa.
Oh my God, what? Hey, Victoria's Secret's a bear attack. Yikes! That kind of thing.
That's a new test.
That's an actual test.
Everybody post your Red Scare test. text on Reddit.
Go to your man and do a nice red scare.
Now I should do my red scare to Kara. Like, Kara, I just peed in my pants, and she'd be like, "What?" You know, they said do it to your man/lady. Yeah.
And just say that your got wrecked. You have to say that too. It looked like D-Day down there in my panties. And everyone at work was solid. It was a whole thing. And I don't know. Because then you have a guy who's just like, oh my God, are you okay?
I thought he meant like literally like if you're standing in like the living room or the kitchen, you're just standing there and then you're like, hey, I just peed in my pants right now. I thought that's what he was saying. Not like at work or whatever.
Or you have a guy who's just like, oh my God, this is going to be a true test. But saying that you have a bird, I don't know. I like how we already made a better one than the fucking bird theory. To say that they got just fucking like a Wolverine attacked him down.
I think he's missing the point of the original bird one, right? It's not about saying something that is, would they be empathetic or would they be grossed out, right? This is more about caring about your minor interests, taking an interest in your life, whatever. That's the established need or the established goal of the test. And I don't see how it's any different than that.
There. I tried to hop a razor wire fence. That's what it looks
It's not like, yo, my period is my special interest. Like, that's not what they're getting at.
Looked like I was breaking out of Shawshank with these panties on. Some are stating that this should mean an immediate breakup, and others made fun of him for apparently dressing like a child. It's a good way to respond to someone not caring about a bird. Let's just make fun of how they look. Why did you?
It's online internet comment. You know, it's like, yeah, it's going to happen no matter what, especially if the person's framed in a negative way.
Tell me that. You look like a child! That makes sense.
Attack their appearance.
Attack their appearance. Well, that goes both ways. Better be careful. Others feel like this test is deceptive because walking up to your partner of multiple years and saying that you saw a bird with zero added details is a horrible conversation starter. And honestly, you can tell, this is another thing too, you can tell which bitches have been in a long-term relationship or not. All right? You can tell what guy has been in a long-term, what dog of a man has been in a relationship long enough, right? Because let me tell you guys, let me tell you something. Sex is fun. The first 2 years, oh, this is too fun. I'm having a good time. Get past year 5, then talk to me. Get to 10 years in, and then talk to me. All right? Because let me tell you,
he's the original. If he made a lot of like the different drawings, right? The kind of like overly realistic drawings of like Ed, Edd n Eddy was one of his earlier big ones. Bugs Bunny. He did one in XQC. He's done a bunch of the different ones out there. He's on the normie side of things, right? This is the built-in misogyny that exists out there. He's definitely Kara's mentioning he's Gen X. I'm saying like, yeah, he's probably at least the oldest millennial that it can exist legally, or a young Gen X. I think he's in his mid 40s, something like that, based off of everything. So he's a bit of a quasi-famous internet personality, because this is also his second channel. Meat Canyon is the first channel that he made with all the animations. And then after years of doing that, he kind of took a break, and then he's doing this to just kind of pay the bills, right? But I like that it brings up weird topics. And it's a very normie sphere kind of thing. Because if we go to the comments, right, let's see. Nick is like a time bomb just waiting to be spoken to. Drop the biggest wild story ever. If your partner is willing to hang the entire relationship on the balance of listening into internet trend, red flag in and of itself. I had a girlfriend do I'm pregnant test on me for a full month. That's insane. Which I finally clean. I never spoke to her again. That's just plain evil. Yeah, that's kind of insane. Hi, wife. Hi, damn relationship goals. Don't ever scam me like that again, Hunter. I thought you were actually going to die and I was about to lose a bet. Oh, that was the other thing. Beginning. So it's just a little look into the normie ones.
Love there, but it completely transforms. True love is the silence. True love is the small mediation.
Wait, you know that one, like one of the animations, or you know, I'm not sure if you're a bit of a delay. So my Twitch tracker is saying I'm like having, oh, you can't see, all these crazy dropouts all the time, which could be killing my, the delay. Even within a 5-minute timeline, it's saying I'm dropping whatever. Because you could be like, oh, I know that like fake pregnancy one. It's like, oh fuck, that's crazy. Meat Canyon, yeah.
Between a couple.
I think the shed is like leaking or something.
Yeah, of course it is. That's love. All right, you coming up? If my wife Allison, which she deals with, I hear it all the time. You think that I don't hear about animals on fucking birds? She'll be like, one of the guineas got out, and I'll be like, okay. You know what? But she also doesn't bring it to me because why would that matter? How does that affect? It doesn't matter. This is the first theory.
If you have a farm or whatever, that kind of reserve, whatever they've got going on, and one of them got out, like, did it come back? Did you find it? Like, it wouldn't just be like, why are you talking to me about this? That's kind of insane, in my opinion. Careful, buddy. Yeah, I mean, just for your own, I feel like I extra focus on communication to my own detriment, right? Where I overlook my own mistakes because I feel like, oh, Kara's not communicating with me good enough, because I communicate more, but then I overlook my own mistakes. So I'm critical when I see communication that's not up to my snuff, but not everybody is like me. So I have to sort of like mentally prepare for that.
I can't get this heated on the first theory. Which it doesn't help that at one point the man seems to realize that he's being filmed, which only makes the whole thing seem suspicious and inauthentic, and it just feels like, oh, is this like a bit? Are you doing a bit with me? And I know the whole time too, big ass gums and stuff, probably smiling back.
Like specifically, like he's saying that she's got gross gums, but like, you know, maybe he's just joking around. But Gary used to watch a lot of these videos, and I would always be like, "Ooh, I'm getting a bit of I'm getting a scent of some problematicness." Now that's me being the woke of the day or whatever, but also I would like to make the world a better place. I would like to address the things that I was growing up with and not make it normal for the next generation in some ways. So it's interesting to see, and then to try to like work through it. Care's right. There's a bit of edgy humor. Again, this is the normie sphere. Our words are open season over here, right? Like these are the certain things they haven't caught up with yet in a sense. So
real sly. Little Sly Cooper action. Another one points a phone directly at her husband and tells him, "I saw a bird today?"
I saw a bird today. I saw a bird today.
As if it was a question, and her confused partner continues using his phone while she repeats herself until he finally snaps at her and says, "Are you on shrooms? What's wrong with you?"
Fuck you, you on shrooms?
Did you see it or didn't you see it? I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
I guess like the question of like the tone rising is like implying a follow-up or, you know, an attention thing. I can kind of see how that could be it.
That actually pissed me off.
Oh my god. You know what? Sometimes it's just like, sometimes you have to do it, and this is a...
I mean, I think the rage bait has worked because they both have strong reactions to the point they made a full video about it, right? Like, you know, they're not just making a fucking comment in the comments or watching the whole thing 2 or 3 times in a row. They are like getting invested in it.
Grown-up thing. You have to pretend you don't hear somebody sometimes, just to hope that the person can just catch what they said and be like, "That's not worth it." I'll even do a little side.
Sometimes when somebody looks at me and says, "Huh?" I wait a second because I'm like, I'm pretty sure I said that right. I'll let it sink in for a second before I repeat myself. And I think that when I do that somewhat often, they go like, "Oh, right. And then they catch on. Like if I say, "What time's the show today?" And they go, "Huh?" "Oh, 5 p.m. You know, like they kind of like, at first they didn't quite get it. And I think it's because I speak fast or I mumble or a little bit of both. So I can say something and they go like, "That didn't make any sense." But then it slowly, processes and absorbs in and they go, "Oh, I think I know what you meant." Because as a person who does speak too fast and mumbles, it's really annoying to be told, "Say that again, huh?" Because you have to do that all the damn time. And it's more like I feel bad about myself, you know? Yeah.
Every once in a while.
So that's why you ignore me, huh?
No. Well, yeah, Nick will come in and I'll be sitting here like working or something, be like looking at my deal, like typing or something. And he'll be like, I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video on the internet.
Oh my God, I did. I
know.
That's classic internet though. That is Gen X millennial internet, is like seeing. There are, oh man, there was, I think it was a comic-ified. There are famous industrial accidents, especially of like turn of the millennia China videos, where like people get like dragged into industrial machinery, and they were on the internet. I didn't see them, but people had made like, I guess like a cartoonified stick figure version of it, but they are all like almost like frame for frame matching to like real things, which is insane.
You did. I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video, and I'll be like, and then he'll just sit there and be like, the phone just playing in his hand. Just a Chinese guy screaming, "Oh!" For one TikToker, this evolved into her secretly filming herself dropping the splits in front of her boyfriend at a grocery store to see how he would react. She pulls it off and asks, "Was that epic?"
Was that epic?
Only for him to briefly look at her before going back to focusing on finding Apple.
Okay, I was trying to Google for that thing, but what?
For one TikToker, this evolved into her secretly filming herself dropping the splits in front of her boyfriend at a grocery store to see how he would react. She
That's a dead drop. That's impressive as fuck.
pulls it off and asks, "Was that epic?"
Was that epic?
Only for him to briefly look at her before going back to focusing on finding apple juice. Okay, first.
I would be like, whoa, that was sick. Also, Kara saying if she did it, I would be impressed, which is true. But also, I would be like, first I'd be like, oh my God, did you just slip? But like the fact that she like did a move and asked if it was epic is like, okay, maybe not. But also like, are you sure the floor is clean? Like your inner thighs are now kind of fucked up in this dairy section. Oh no, we should probably take a shower. Like we shop at Walmart, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's going to be extra bad.
Off, apple juice, pretty fucking important. I have a nice craving. Also, listen, dude, if you can do the splits, you're trying to think that that's not the first time we've seen her do the fucking splits. Probably been bouncing on it for how long? You know what I mean? Yeah, cool. If anything, I'd be like, why here? Your pussy's been all the dirty floor and stuff like that. I'm telling you, ladies, Red Scare. That's a good one. Do the Red Scare in the store. Take a big thing of fucking
This might be it, kind of. Just animations of accidents that happened or something. This may not be the one, but I guess there's like lots of versions of it. Oh my God. Insane to do this level of insane to like make the match so well, because you must have seen people die so many times. Also, how would they have camera angles on most of these? Oh, yeah, that's done for. Okay. I don't need to fake see people die. It's too much.
cranberry juice and just pour it in your panties. Uh-oh! And how does he respond? Does he help or does he not? Red Scare. Red Scare.
He loves the Red Scare.
Theory. No, it's not communism. These viral posts had thousands of comments, mostly insisting that she run from the relationship immediately. You did the splits and he was looking at apple juice?
I mean, they're having fun with it, but to imply that a YouTube comment is as serious as it is when it's a total of like 15 characters long, and to imply that like, oh yes, they mean this entirely. They're not just goofing around and having a good time, or just being a little, you know, hyperbolistic. There we go. That felt like the way I wanted that to sound.
Girl, get out of there, sis. Get out of there. He then filmed a video where he essentially apologized for not having the proper reaction. Oh, wrong.
Yep.
Wrong. Wrong. Mostly because his partner is a professional dancer and he was already aware she could pull off moves like that with no problem, because AKA I've been seeing it for years. He sees thousands of people.
I think that's a good call, that if somebody can just do a dead drop when they need to, it's probably a thing you've seen before. But still.
Lash out at him, and then he's like, well, I probably should have reacted. No, you know what? You should have done. You should have doubled down. I've been like, that wasn't even her best split.
Is that grounds for breaking up?
I think that there is grounds for breaking up when people like post things about your relationship that you're like, why'd you post that? It like creates a public conversation.
Ooh, a ninja tweet. I love ninja tweets.
When people like post things about your relationship.
I am in the middle of carrying a League of Legends game, about to close it out, and my braless wife brings me a sandwich, not asked for, with chips, and I get a double kill in bot lane. How's your day going? You didn't include the gif of Leonardo DiCaprio. I think it was. No, it wasn't the champagne one. It was a different one. You made this for me. That sounds so familiar. Kara, I heard her go into the fridge. I was like, was she going to bring me a sandwich? I'm like, oh.
Relationship that you're like, why'd you post that? It like creates a public conversation about your relationship that's like not even necessary. To me, I'm like, why would you do that? Is that funny? I didn't think it was funny. Be like it would seriously be like if you went to your girlfriend and you were like recording her, she's like having a bad day, or let's say she's on her period, even like something like that. Like, oh.
Now, sometimes my mind gets stuck in a loop, or the same idea gets stuck, but constantly saying they're PMSing, constantly saying they're on their period, or whatever. You know, maybe he's just too comfortable with the boys. I don't know, but
oh yeah, she's on her period. Here, let me tell you a joke to make you laugh. Like to me, I'm like, it's like antagonistic.
unasked for, with the crust removed. Wow. How did she know?
So that, obviously mine's more aggressive, but I just mean it's just something where it's like it's obviously one way.
Well, she's
I don't
posting
like
it to be like my boy.
Okay, I'm pausing way too much. We're only halfway through the video.
Boyfriend didn't respond. Of course, people are gonna fucking attack him
because they think that they try to like get away with the idea of like, oh, well, it was just all in good fun, but it's like they're like berating your guys' relationship. Is that fun?
Yeah, Uncrustables, they fucking bang. My dietitian suggested them because I was like, look, I'm very lazy. Like, I eat Pop-Tarts raw out of the package. I don't even toast them. I don't even microwave them. I just eat them. The You Made Me a Sandwich video, it's a classic. Oh. So having food I can just grab and eat without even having to like get plates, without having to do heating it up in the microwave, things that I really appreciate. Even like Hot Pockets sometimes were just too much work to like pull it out of the freezer, undo it, put it in a little sleeve, put it on a plate, microwave it for a little bit of time, then take them out. They're too hot and you gotta let them sit and then eat them. And it's kind of like messy. And it's just like, I like having, you know, protein shakes. I like having, pre-made food. I like having a little fruit bag thing. So finding a way to get the right amount of, you know, not as many servings of actual fruits and vegetables as I'm supposed to have, but more than I ever had before. And then also a little bit of protein, a little bit of carbohydrates, you know, a bit of a balanced macro thing. It's nice. I eat cottage cheese right out of the fucking container, right? Sure, I'll take a Baby Bell. Kara was saying how she was eating it, and then Philco was all up in her personal space. With it. He has no concept of personal space. I don't think house cats. Yeah, they definitely don't have a concept of it. ZZ will constantly walk all over Kara's pillows, and Kara really does not like that when she's trying to get her attention and wake her up, because Kara's like, your feet step in the litter box, and they don't do a very good job of wiping their feet when they get out of the litter box. And outside they come. To me, I'm too much of a slob, and Kara sometimes she's too much of a neat freak. So we're like a real original odd couple over here. So I'm like, who cares? And then I have like, oh look, my eye has a weird like sty on it. I wonder how that happened. As I'm like, hugging the cat as the cat just left the litter box, and I'm just like, getting bacteria all over myself. So I have to I get what I get sometimes. But you know what? That makes a strong immune system. I am dropping frames like crazy. Hey, son of a bitch. According to this, it's bad. I don't know why. It doesn't feel like it's bad, but I should just not look at it and just pretend it's fine.
Is that what this is what fun looks like, by the way? But that's more of the you know, attention seeking theory, I guess, like trying to see how they would reciprocate giving you attention in a positive way, right? Now the next theory we have though is the orange peel theory. Try to wrap your head around what this one's going to be. Many relationships thrive on doing small things for your partner. It's a simple way to show that you care, and that is exactly what the orange peel theory is all about. The test involves one person handing their partner an orange and asking them to peel it for them. If they do it without question, they love you. If not, they're not
the most. I think I've heard this one before. The most staged fucking setup for sure on that one. Not even looking, thing properly framed up the entire time, like. One.
You're not gonna peel it for me?
Dude, okay, as if I don't do enough. You're not even that special, that's the thing. Get that in your fucking skull, dude. Like, you're really not that special. Aww.
Very obviously can, or a dude who's a douche in general. But like, this does not make it, like, this is not what you needed to know that this guy's a douche. Everything else with this guy is probably making it very clear that he is a douche. There's no way that this wasn't clear before this, you know.
The problem with a lot of these so far, once again, Red Scare, really want to popularize the Red Scare movement. The problem is, yes, it is a nice thing to do, but at the same time, it's just, you're a grown adult. You can peel an orange. You know what I mean? If I went up to my wife and I was like, could you take the trash out? And I'm right by the trash. Why don't I just do it? You know what I mean? Just that kind of shit. I don't know.
What if you can't peel it because you have tiny fingernails?
Well, show a picture of Nick's fingernails, and then I'd be like, that's a disability. You have to help him. See, and the thing about it, though, is
sometimes Kara's like, hey, you know, we should feed the cats, but like I have to go to work. And I'm like, okay, I'll feed them, right? Or if I notice that she's behind or she's busy, and I'm just like, do you want me to do it? Like, but also sometimes you might be willing to just do a favor. The orange peel test, I think the same person could pass or fail depending upon the exact scenario at play. So while it could be utilized as some amount of empathy and or willingness to do things, to say this one pass fail is everything. But when if the guy was legitimately acting like that, that's kind of crazy. And that's, you know, those are grounds for a thing, but also it should have been apparent long before.
It's all self. You did it to yourself. You know, it's not like you were born. It's like, I didn't have any fingernails when I was born. It's like you bid them off clean. So now I feel like you gotta carry a pocket knife, your orange knife. Peel it yourself.
I would pass this test because I would peel an orange for my queen.
I mean, listen, I would peel an orange, but it's just, is that the parameter? You have the orange in your hand, just peel it. Am I wrong? Let me ask Allison.
Or I thought you were gonna do these on test on her. Secret record.
Oh shit, yeah. Well, I'm performing these tests as well, so in real time you'll see what the reactions are later. Good luck, future hunter.
What are you doing?
I just saw an interesting bird. There's like a blue bird by the window.
But you're only recording, so the whole thing is...
What?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
The bathroom window?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
They shouldn't be out this time of year.
She's asking questions about it.
Okay.
Which the orange peel theory has led to the demise of many relationships. It's actually quite sad. There's a lot of blood on the battlefield. One woman was inspired by this trend and decided to give a similar mundane task to her boyfriend of 7 months after feeling that she was doing more in the relationship than he was.
Also, asking somebody to tie the hair up for them, that is like a grooming thing, right? Humans kind of, you know, we're not that dissimilar. And also, sometimes it's easier for someone else to do something than you to do it yourself. So, and then if the person can't do it, you can teach them how, or they can learn. It can be a whole fun time. Like if Kara was like, yo, braid my hair, and I'd be like, okay, how do I do this? And you'd be showing me, and I'd be trying to do it. And then we're just sitting and chilling, talking about whatever, you know, yeah, like, but even if you can't do it, at least then that's an opportunity for you to learn new things. Oh, are you afraid of learning new things? Are you, you know, and also teaching each other things is a great exercise in bonding. It is also, like for me, I was very bad and probably still am somewhat bad if not still very bad. I was like, why am I pulling my punches against myself at teaching things? Kara also gets she really hates pressure. Whenever she feels like it's under the gun pressure time, like I was trying to teach her how to play Warhammer. My brother and I were in the shed, we're playing Warhammer, and we're just trying to show her how to play, and like she froze up because she felt like she was under pressure. And it's just like, remembering something from the last sentence was too, I guess adding Craig into the equation was too much. But regardless, I could be a better teacher. I feel like I'm a pretty decent teacher when it came to like workplace stuff, but there's a weird change in my outward presentation. Like when I'm at work, I was very straight-laced, by the books, clean and tidy. At home, I'm a whirlwind of chaos and sloppy and lazy at the same time. And I don't like when I'm comfortable around people, I let my anger show, I let my frustration show. When I'm in public, I don't do that as much. And that was one of the, I mean, even this is way earlier than the fucking Warhammer game, but I realized that I treat my loved ones behind closed doors worse than I treat a random stranger. And that seemed so wrong. And that's when I was like, started my still ongoing lifelong journey of trying to make myself a better person. And to some degree, I guess there's always going to be an element of you're a bit more raw and real with the people that you're close with. But then also, I just feel like I should not be making them feel worse than the average stranger I talk to. So.
All right, so already, let me stop that. Once again, it's just the excuse to get out the door. It's just the excuse to get people to be like, you gotta leave. Okay, right? She was taking care of his 1-year-old daughter, driving him to the bar, and doing all the housework while he often just played video games. Okay, well, that's not a relationship.
Yeah, that's a mommy.
That's him getting his dick sucked and his, getting his dick wet every once in a while. And better be good, or else that shit is not worth it. Find some validation yourself. Give yourself some self-worth, right? So she asked.
Just be extra worse to strangers. Therefore, you're technically good to your spouse by proxy. Some people might operate that way. Imagine a Karen. When a Karen's at home, do you think she's as mean as she is to her family as she is to the manager? Or is she even worse? The classic Karen example is probably worse, but they might not be, actually. They might like protect their own, but then treat all outsiders as like, not to like play into the Karen as a woman thing or whatever, but like the matriarch where it's like, strong, angry tiger fighting off against the cubs. But then when it's time to, clean the kittens up, you're very polite.
Him to tie up her hair, and he refused. She tried again and asked him to put towels in the laundry, and he outright ignored her. This resulted in her confronting him in her car outside of his mom's house, where she tried to tell him how she felt. He rejected the conversation and asked her to take care of his daughter and drive him to the bar.
See, now, like, the test itself is a catalyst that starts off all these other elements, and the guy seems like a jerk all around. The test passing or failing has nothing to do with it, just the way that they treat people otherwise.
Yeah, this guy's just a piece of shit.
This guy is not a good guy. I'm not gonna go.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this guy's just a piece of shit.
This guy is
The R word is making a comeback, and that's not okay. Oh, maybe they're not as R word loose as I thought they were. Interesting.
Not a good guy. I'm not going to go into it. Not a good man. I can't say the things I want to say. At that moment, she snapped.
I wonder if that's just the editor adding it in just because he's not sure what he wanted to say, or if that's actually what he wanted to say, because I don't know that would be the right thing. Yo, what up?
And kicked him out of the car. He was confused by her reaction.
And let me know, Elaney, if the stream has bad bit rate or whatever, because my Twitch tracker thing is going bananas that my shit is wrong, and my stats on my OBS constantly are saying that we're losing frames all the time. Elaney, got it. It's fine. Yeah, it's frustrating to me that my stats panel, I'll pull over here, is like, I reset it, and it's like, yo, you're dropping 76% of your network frames, and it's like, apparently I'm not. Now, the Twitch tracker is going crazy, thinking that shit's all fucked. Oh, I should undo that then. which is not great because that's just giving me mixed signals. So it's weird. Also, side note to that question, nobody ever gets ads, right? Because I do the whole thing where I have the political tag, I have the ad manager turned off, but people might get pre-roll when they first enter the stream. So I wasn't sure if that's ever happening to anybody. But also a lot of people have Twitch Turbo or ad blockers or whatever, so they might see something different. But I'm always just curious if that shows up because Kara is a sub to me when she watches, so she wouldn't get ads. And then I just don't ask enough questions about it.
Then the couple broke up. Later on that night, she knew she dodged a bullet when his mother texted her.
This video is about those online relationship tests, and we're discussing combinations of the relationship tests themselves, but then also some of the outlying things. Y'all haven't been getting 5-minute ads every 30 minutes? Oh, no, because I probably would not be getting paid off of those, but I don't... well, I'm not sure, because I know that YouTube, even if you're not monetized, will still put ads on videos because that's just for them. Yeah, I figured you were just kidding. I could crank that ad manager, crank it up. Yeah, I could even prove it where it's like, yeah. Ad manager, I squished it down to see the thing. Yeah. It's, wait. Well, I think this means it's disabled. Yeah, because I can't snooze it. I feel like there'd be more information. I did the thing to disable it because I just didn't want ads. Because, like, I don't get any money off of it, and it's just annoying. And if I have to turn on ads to get rid of pre-rolls, then every, long-term viewers get punished with 90 seconds of ad an hour, which is like, that sucks. Either you do 3 30-second ad breaks all the time, or one really annoying 90-second ad break that nobody wants to sit through. Like, there's no good way to do it, in my opinion. So since I don't get paid off of it, and half the time I'm political anyway, right? So just fuck it. I'd rather just run off of sub-only ad revenue. Because it's not like I'd make even with 4 viewers, I wouldn't make money with ads anyway, right? Even with fucking 400 viewers, I wouldn't make money off ads. So
be a good mom and future wife. Fuck that. Also, first off, I guess it seems like also this is setting people up to realize what is a relationship and what isn't a relationship. You know what I mean? If anything, the theories could be beneficial in that way. Because somebody who is, I don't know, a good husband or a good boyfriend also takes care of their own.
So if you don't run enough ads, like if you say 30 seconds of ad an hour, there will still be pre-roll on unless you agree to run a total of 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads per hour. Then that turns off the need for pre-rolls on your stream. And there's even like a little trigger that can tell you if pre-rolls are on or off based off of the ads you've ran recently. Because there's also a button to hit snooze because they realize sometimes the live element of the stream is important to stay consistent. So if you're like in the final circle of getting a, victory royale on Fortnite, you can snooze the ad if it's about to come over because you want to make sure they can see the end of this mission or something. Some people will try to time it so that way they run an ad break while they like stretch, walk around, get something to drink. But like every hour you're going to stand up and walk around your house for 90 seconds. It's like a very specific requirement, and it's kind of annoying. Like, get more money from a Patreon anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And instead of making people watch ads and then you're at risk of losing advertisers because they don't like the way you talk about things, or, even something simple like, oh, you want a free Palestine? That's too risky for us, so we drop you, or like if you say something that people might consider to be contentious or bad, instead of me just being punished, now this advertiser is being punished, and then the whole platform can suffer. Like they tried to do the whole adpocalypse thing. So when people say fuck it, I'll just not do ads anyway, it feels better for a lot of different reasons, assuming that you're able to then actually have an audience that's able to provide enough money to monetize you as you go. But yeah. Yeah, the keffiyeh and the brick. I should get a keffiyeh. I guess I always used to think like that feels weird for me to just buy a keffiyeh, but I see a lot of corked up white boys at the protests and other things with keffiyehs on, and it's like, okay, obviously I don't have a deep understanding of exactly the meanings of all the different patterns and stuff. And I can do some research to learn about it. But the fact that I don't know about it, the fact that it's not my culture, I was always like, it felt weird to just buy one and put it on. You know what I mean? So, but it seems like a thing that's a good way to just like let people know who are in the know that you care. Because most people just see a scarf, right? But then some people go like, oh, I know what that scarf is. Hell yeah, bro. Fist bump, right? You're one with a cause or whatever. So it's not the worst thing or whatever. You have that just like buying one online. Yeah, there's probably like a more ethical place to get one in general. Eventually, just like with all things, oops, like shit'll be not perfect because the world is not perfect. The world is still capitalism and all that stuff. I like to be able to do the good things when I can do the good things, but I buy my groceries from Walmart because, I mean, it's that or I guess Target or something. Like, what's the difference, right? It's the same shit. But we do BDS and we don't buy McDonald's. We don't really get a lot of fast food. Every now and then we have a burst of getting some fast food, but for the most part, we're pretty much just not fast food people because we're like lazy house people. Like the occasional Taco Bell, that's like the most likely fast food we'll get. Walmart has created a bit of a monopoly. Yeah. I mean, breaking down, like one of the things I'm most excited about with the Mamdani campaign, even before it popped off, whatever, was like the city owned grocery stores, which I was like, oh my God, what an idea. And then I went to my DSA member who ran and got elected to the city council. Because it's not just a city council member that joined the DSA. It was a DSA member first and foremost that then eventually ran a campaign and got elected to city council, which makes it seem better than the other way around. He was already pitching an idea, and our local mayor was actually kind of down for it. But this is before Zoran got popular, and I'm worried that our relatively conservative D-ish mayor might now decide, wait, maybe this is too toxic and I shouldn't do it. Because there's actually a place in Florida that did the city-owned grocery store thing before, and it worked really well. So like, and cost of living, everyone loves cost of living and helping people out. And like, let's be real, these fucking companies that provide the groceries for us already are already buying from the same distributors everybody else would be getting anyway. They go like, oh no, communism, you only have one brand of cornflakes or whatever. But it's like, we already have General Mills or Kellogg's. We already have the only two brands that exist, or Post, whatever. Like, there's only so many brands that are all under the same hat. Like, you already only have what they are willing to give you anyway. And let's be real, like the local store would just buy from the same wholesalers anyway. So what the fuck? But there is still competition, like Walmart or Food Lion, not much competition there. For sure, yeah. You're not even sure if the producer from the West Bank, occupied Palestine, are still allowed or able to. Oh, weird, yeah. Your city has a lot of different ones. I mean, like bodegas and stuff in New York City. People get their groceries not from the big stores because it's hard to have a big store. I was actually kind of blown away by a Publix that is in the middle of like downtown Tampa. No, I think it's downtown St. Pete. But it's really weird because it's like built into a parking garage, and like you park in the parking garage and then you go to an elevator and it takes you into the store, and the store is kind of like on the inside of this thing, and then you take your cart down the elevator or up the elevator back to your car, and it's kind of interesting the way it works. I don't know if that's how like New York works or whatever. If there is are there Walmarts in New York City? Like I don't remember seeing them in Manhattan, but maybe in the more suburb areas there's stuff. In the outside boroughs, like in Queens or the Bronx, whatever. But and they are allowed to have, yeah, there's a lot more people for sure. You hate Applebee's type places. I am an American at heart, I guess. And also I'm a lazy trash panda and I love eating chicken fingers, right? And French fries. So like Applebee's and shit is perfect. The occasional burger cooked medium well. That's kind of big. A Red Robin is basically the same kind of shit. Like all these different places that just serve American slop. Maybe some appetizers and then an entree that has a side that you might make something into like a vegetable medley, but probably you're just getting French fries. Who are we kidding? And then, you pay over $20 something per person, and then you're out. So I can eat it, but I can also eat something more nice and different. But like we've gone to like Ethiopian places where you have to use like this bread that you peel. It's this weird kind of spongy, foamy, flat bread, and you use that to grab all the food and eat it. A lot of weird spices and different things, weird to my palate, but they're, you know, just I like eating gas station food. You know, like I eat prepackaged stuff. I love it. You know, the preservatives give me life. Literally, they preserve my organs.
Children, isn't having someone else drop them off at a bar while a child sits at home.
I eat like a teen. Yeah, I'm young at stomach. I'm not young at heart. I'm young at stomach. Okay.
Home, you know what I mean? There's all those things, and then if you are also able to communicate, like in this instance, it's a thing of, once again, she could tie up her own hair, but it'd be different if like I had my hands full. Hey, could you tie up my hair? Then they declined. To me, I'm like, well, you can't just fucking help them out really quick. That kind of, you know what I mean? I don't know. If anything, the theories could be a good test of like what is and what isn't a relationship in that regard, because I think people do get that fucked up sometimes when they don't realize, well, I didn't know.
Sometimes I've had places that have had a lot of different. I have eaten a lot of ramen in my day, for sure. Sometimes that's too much work to cook, though. Boiling water. Ugh. I love being at work with a cup of noodles. You can just go up to like the coffee maker or the water supplier that has like a built-in heater, and you just dispense it straight out, and then like, oh hell yeah, now we're cooking. I've seen in suburban sprawl, sometimes there's like a shopping center on one side of the street and the other side of the street's another one. So there'll be like a Publix on this and then a Walmart on that. Like we used to have like a Sweet Bay, and before that it was Cash and Carry, another very old brand, at least in the South. I'm not sure if it still exists in other places or not. It's been rebranded entirely to Sweet Bay everywhere. You know, ended up failing, and the Publix reigned supreme instead. But we used to have some Food Lions, but then they kind of went out. I know other places have Kroger's and a bunch of other things. They're all very regional to some degree, but Walmart is penetrated everywhere. It sucks that Walmart has the best prices for everything, for the most part. It's because times are tough. I'm laid off. So it's now it's twice as tough.
I was supposed to be treated. I think that's a pretty common thing. Some people just like, they exist in that atmosphere. I think it translates from like your parents and shit, how they treat you, to now your actual relationship, to where it's like, well, I haven't known anything different.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good eye opener then.
It could be. They're also still really stupid, don't get me wrong, but in this case, it's a good instance to be like, oh, that's a huge eye opener.
Yeah. Well, I think this one, I know it's called the orange peel theory, but just asking for small tasks like the trash, which you already mentioned, where it's like, hey, help me with the trash. No, help me with the dishes.
There is no reason in a relationship, if your wife's like, can we take the trash? There should never be a reason that you should ever say no. There's like never, ever a reason that you should ever be like, what? Why don't you do it? I will say though, if she was just like, you want to tie up my hair? First off, I'd be like, I don't know how do I do that? Why can't you do it? That's why I would do that. But also the same thing, if she was like, can you cut up my apples? Don't fucking try to get me to do the baby shit either. All right. There's a knife.
I guess if you would never ask her to cut up an apple for you, that feels a bit more even. But then the idea that a relationship needs to be perfectly even in all ways, like, do you honestly think that everything is completely equitable back and forth, and nothing that you can do, you would ask her to do, and vice versa? And does that feel like a great thing? Like, can't it be a little bit more mutually enjoyable, or willing to help each other? Like the whole some of the benefits of having a partnership is that when you're down, you can lean on them and they can hold you up, and then vice versa. And that can go from like, you know, deep emotional negative moments and difficulty understanding certain complex tasks, but also just sometimes with the day-to-day bullshit, right?
Knife, cut up your apples and fucking eat it like a chimp or whatever you want to do, dude. Whatever. I guess it's that. But if she was like,
okay, chimps don't cut up apples. They would just eat them.
Making dinner and her hands, she's like with chicken and she doesn't want to have to wash them and go back and forth. I'd be like, oh yeah, cut it up. See, that's the difference. That's another thing too, is these little things, it feels like a test.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So you fail them on purpose.
I fail them on purpose because I say, I never agreed to this exam. I'm not a willing participant. And
I think that there is something to the testing for the sake of testing can feel a little odd and out of place when like stuff is not completely out in the open and shared. that is where there's a miscommunication or lack of communication. But again, everything is technically a test, right? Because you are not actively judging, but you are subconsciously judging everything. Because if somebody ends up being a complete piece of shit to you, they would have eventually failed enough tests that you go, wait a minute, they fail. Because that's how it should be at the very least. I've told Kara a bunch of times whenever she's like, we're soulmates. And I'm like, nah, if I become a complete piece of shit and start treating you like shit, then you should leave me. What the fuck? You know, I slowly, you know, my brain has a tumor inside of it that I can't control or don't know of. And then I start becoming evil to you, or just my brain chemistry changes over time. Right. And then I become evil. Then yeah, fuck me.
I'm not going to be.
Especially if you have that, they have their phone out too.
Yeah, if you're recording me, what the fuck is that? No. What? What is this? Because if anything, I feel like you're pranking me. I don't want to get pranked. Not on camera.
Maybe it's the wrong thing to put up the hair. Maybe it's the wrong thing to peel off the orange.
Exactly. Too many all these rules. I can't.
To some degree, I can understand that, because it's like, okay, you would peel the thing. You don't think I'm capable of it? I don't know, right? You didn't ask why. You know, I could see how there could be other possible failure scenarios, but that's just more of the annoyance of the way the testing is set up, and just being a good
Handle it. Therapists and psychologists have looked at the
bro gets way into Kanye in 2040. You know, like it's 2040, but like, you know what? I kind of like some of his earlier work. And they go, wait, which earlier work? Wait. Are we talking like way earlier work, or like, wait, what? I don't know. I'm not a fan of this new Kanye. Like when he's like, you know, medicated and properly, you know, back on his redemption arc. And I'm like, not the same. Doesn't hit the same, you know.
Trend and deemed it unhealthy, saying that basing an entire relationship on a simple gesture is misleading and irresponsible.
Are you sure? But TikTok doesn't even do it.
Many other people agree the trend is extremely childish. With
yes, he doesn't say the R word anymore, but you know, baby steps, I guess, right?
one man saying he'd divorce his wife if she tried to do it on him. Okay, well, listen, as much as I love the man's spirit, that's a bit excessive. Yeah, I don't think you break up with someone for it, but at the same time, I just don't like the idea of somebody recording me and like posting it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Because also, one,
I think that's an AI video based off of the him kissing the random guy, because I feel like I've seen that exact sort of like background and camera push style thing, because there was kind of like a fake boyfriends kind of thing with like an AI thing before. What who was it supposed to be? Nick? Well, that because Karis thinks it wasn't a random guy. Oh, it's Wendigoon.
That's a bit excessive. Yeah, I don't think you break up with someone for it, but at the same
I should have recognized his Boogaloo Boy shirt.
time, I just don't like the idea of somebody recording me and like posting it.
Yeah.
A lot of the motions seem uncannily and detached, but yeah, that's definitely an AI video for sure.
I don't like that either.
Because also, one, there's no way to delineate. I mean, you can kind of delineate what's obviously scripted and what's like a genuine, someone being like, oh, what? No. But if you're going to get lumped in with all the other bad shit. That's not good. That's no bueno.
Could you peel that for me?
No. Why would I do that?
Also, it's so small.
Could you peel that for me?
No. You're an adult man.
Could you peel this one for me, please? Ow. Allison, stop. Allison, stop it.
And I got to tell you, this next one is my
The Beckham test? I thought this was the Bechdel test, but no, this is obviously that's something different.
least favorite thing to maybe come out of this whole ordeal. Because in 2023, the Beckham test was a popular way to test your partner. It's based on a scene from the 2023 David Beckham documentary where the professional soccer player spontaneously dances with his wife over the song Islands in the Stream. Okay. Basing it on a scene in a documentary, already fabricated, the cameras are there, or performative. Even if that is real, to me, there's no way to separate the performance. So if my husband isn't David Beckham, he's wrong. If my hubby doesn't just dance with me randomly,
Bye-bye. Get out of here.
oh.
If you're a person who dances, if it's like you normally go clubbing all the time I could see how people would sort of might have the guess or expectation that you would then dance with them. But like, I don't dance. So if Kara was dancing, I would probably go like, oh, cool. Kara's dancing. And maybe if the bug bit me and I would try to dance too, but like, that's definitely not the default expectation, I think, for what Kara would think I would do. But I don't think Kara would be upset about it. I guess there's no way to really naturally test for spontaneousness. Like, you can't set up something and say, hey, look, I want you to be more spontaneous in the way you dance or way you do these fun things. Have more fun, please. Because that does eventually kind of come down to long-term behaviors set up. It's difficult to really make a overnight shift in that. And even talking about it out loud, I'm like, I feel like a couple of times I'm like, Kara, be more open, which is in a way being more spontaneous. So it's like bringing back the expectation for myself that she can just overnight make a difference in that. Probably not, in the same way that I would not just be able to spontaneously dance. Like, if they say from now on when I'm dancing, dance with me, I go, okay, I guess I can make that change. But that's not the same thing as just be more spontaneous in general, right?
This began a trend of women trying to recreate the scene by filming themselves dancing to the song in the hopes that their husband would notice and join in, right? We're just palling around, we're little goofballs. I love our relationship. I love you, husband. I love you, wife.
My wifey poo.
My little wifey ding dong. And mwah, I kiss your tiny head.
So if you're not like comfortable with your body, you're not used to doing physical stuff, because obviously Mr. Beckham is a professional athlete and probably is very comfortable and dances a lot or whatever. Also, it's a reality TV show, movie thing, whatever, a documentary they set up. So he's right to say that it's not as spontaneous as it seems, but even if it wasn't planned, the film crew is there, so he's trying his best to look as perfect or whatever. But if you are not a dancing, using your body thing, but maybe you're about saying edgy jokes back and forth with me, but another person is not as equally edgy, they may not do it, right? So that could be a test. If you say a dirty joke and if they laugh at your fart joke or not, you can call that a test and say that it's bullshit, but also you're like, oh, I was looking for somebody who is comfortable with these things or looking for these things because these are the things that I provide. It's not wrong to appreciate that they would share in. It's just the communication, the expectation, and being empathetic on your own. Because like, oh, this person doesn't dance, but they do other things that I like and I like them. They just don't dance. I mean, I can ask them to dance more and they might even show an effort, but they may not automatically dance, And that's, if you're in a good relationship, I guess, then hopefully that's stuff that would be talked about. But if you're in a bad one and they decide to break up over this, then again, they were going to break up for something else. Because, it's either you may not have been a great fit or you don't do well with communication. And again, over a long period of time, that's definitely going to cause more problems.
Head. Many people pass a test while some appear deadpanning and gaze into the camera like their soul was sucked out of their body. AKA, that's 95% of people. Because you see the camera and you're like, what is this? What the hell is this? Also, I'll tell you what, after 8 hours a day and you get home, you're like, especially after you get into your 30s, brutal. You're fighting demons trying to stay awake. The only thing you're looking forward to is just a nice little dinner.
It depends. It really does depend. Because sometimes I'm tired and beat at work, but then when I get to go home, I have this burst of energy because it's like freedom. I cherish my freedom. Like I used to be like falling asleep in school, like in class in college. I'd be like, all right, I have this really important lecture to listen to, and I'm in the lecture dead tired. And then when I get out, I'm like, I'm awake, and I'm just like, why am I? It's later. It's an hour and 15 minutes, whatever, later in the day. Why am I more awake now? But it's like something about being held down, something about, I don't know, ADHD, I guess. There's also like I got to stand up and walk away and do something, and there's motion. That also peps you up and gets you going compared to sitting down quietly and doing this thing for a long period of time. Like other things that would work with it. So you coming home, there's a lot of things that we're on the same wavelength for sure. But so I could see somebody being like, man, work sure is stuffy and annoying. Finally can come home and dance and let loose. You know, loosen up the tie. All right, right? It doesn't mean that they have to be like, I had a horrible day and now you have to feel horrible too. Like it does not. It's not. That's not always the fucking expectation.
Maybe you go home, you're like, oh, I had the teriyaki chicken. I'm very excited. A little sesame
Okay.
seeds.
I do get really excited for food. If I know I have food too, like if there's certain leftovers, I'm like, oh fuck yeah.
You're cooking it, and all of a sudden someone's just like dancing up to you to a song. Maybe I'm not in the fucking mood to dance, dude. That's my response. I don't think you have to be deadpan. You have to completely shut it down. But at the same time, me not reciprocating that to a song that I don't even like.
You wouldn't wiggle your hips and shake your butt a little bit left and right and maybe move your shoulders. You wouldn't a little bit if you're there stirring in your little, you know, cooking your food in a wok or whatever, or reheating something. You wouldn't just kind of like, hell yeah, you know. I feel like you might.
Right? Am I wrong?
No. What if they put your favorite song on, though?
I'd be dancing. It'd be hard not to. What's my favorite song? I'd have to dance. Maybe just even like a little.
Yeah, see?
But I'm not going to do this thing like we go up and be like, oh, like that's obnoxious.
That's performative.
Or even, let's just say I did, and I was just like, is that enough? You acknowledge it with just a simple, like.
Yeah, I think as long as you're not yelling at her and beating her.
What about this then? I'm not yelling at her, beating her. Dude, no one said that. Where did that come from? What if it sat there and you were like, God damn, Nick. What the fuck? What if you're sitting there and you like, you told her beforehand, my boss, you fucking yelled at me today in front of everybody. I don't know, it's put me in a funky mood. And then she's like,
That's grounds for hitting her.
What the fuck? Okay, I think he's obviously going above and beyond and trying to joke, but edgy jokes, right? I could see how somebody's like, let's cheer you up and change the mood. Right? That could be more of a reason to dance.
In one example that went super viral, a TikToker danced around her husband of 9 years wearing her wedding gown, only for him to be locked in on his phone and completely ignore her.
Yeah, for sure. Totally not fake and staged.
I just don't know about the wedding gown. I hate to say this because once again, misogynistic type stuff. That motherfucker's put in some work. Yeah. He's on his second tour in the Force. You know what I mean? Holy hell. As usual, Minnie insisted he's not.
Could have admired you. Jeeper for life. Is that? What the? Oh, you can't see. I have to do this. Is that? Is that a bald head? That's a wild profile picture. I think that is like a bald cap or something. What the hell is that? I don't know what I'm looking at.
The one for her, a decade in. He's not the one for you. He didn't dance. With some even insisting that she check his phone, insinuating that he was being unfaithful. Of course, others predicted that she would soon upload My Husband's So Silly video in order to defend him from the harassment. And this is exactly what she did weeks later. This time, entering a room in a sports jersey where he immediately notices her and starts to dance alongside her. Despite being a lighthearted and staged video poking fun at the viral post, people continued lambasting him for being a terrible husband. You can't win.
No.
You can't win. Also, you know what he should have done? It would have been way funnier, and I think would have got people on his side, is if she came in the sports jersey, and instead of doing that, he was like, enough! Stop dancing! I can't fucking take it! It's every day! Then people would be like, that's awesome.
People definitely would not.
And then at the end of it, though, you guys hold hands, and then you do. And then you take a bow.
Yeah. And then you have people throw flowers in.
Yeah, and then people are in there throwing flowers.
That kind of reminds me of like the shutdown Snap stuff where there was a bunch of AI videos of people of color saying, I got 7 kids, the taxpayers got to pay my food bill, what the fuck? And then some creators were then rage baiting and recreating that, but at the very end of the video they're like, Lamau, that's some videos I saw on my timeline, crazy, huh? And then that was it. Like they were just playing into it just to get the initial rage bait, whatever. And even those videos where they do it and then end it by saying, those are some actual videos I saw that are just like that. They just, you know, stop being a character for a second and then just look dead into the camera and say, yep, those are some videos I saw. Man, these people got to get a job or something. And then they turn it off. And then like Brett Cooper was using it in their compilation of like, look at all these welfare queens. And it's like, they weren't even serious. Like, so even if you did a bow at the end, people would not see that part of it and start commenting immediately or, you know, sharing it and, you know, moving on after engaging before they even finish the whole thing.
Elsie, you want to dance with me?
You didn't even play music, man.
Huh? No. You want to dance with me, Allison? Why don't you dance with me? It means you'll...
Getting married is something many look forward to in their life. The thought of being called someone's husband or wife is a milestone for many, making it the perfect basis for a TikTok relationship test, the husband test. It's pretty straightforward. You set up the camera, grab your partner, and while talking, briefly call them your husband or your wife to judge their reaction. Do this with somebody on your second date, by the way.
That's actually good advice because sometimes they think it's cute.
Do this on your second date and see how uncomfortable they get. It'll be really funny.
I'm confused. What? Well, like, husband, come here, like that kind of thing.
Hello, wifey. Be like, what?
If they're crazy,
we went to dinner once. Yeah, but dude, if he or she is reciprocating that, you run away from that. There's no reason someone should be that emotionally attached that quickly. Hello, husband. Oh.
You might play into it and go, oh, okay, wife, or like, oh, we're moving fast, are we? Like, I mean, it all depends on the context and the interactions you've built up, you know. To this point.
Yes.
You don't think it's cute to be like, where do you want to get married on your second date?
No.
Where should we get married? The Bahamas?
No. He's thinking of it from, I'm assuming that he's thinking of it from a playful place. And he's thinking of a more serious, straight up place. So.
And you don't talk about your like potential baby names?
I think on your first date, you can say things like, would you ever want to get married? Because you're feeling people out, right? Are you wanting kids someday? I think all those questions are fine. But the assumption on the second date to say wifey or husband is a bit absurd to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just got to say that would be a red flag. I'd be like, we saw Frankenstein. We saw Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein in theaters, and you're calling me husband? And we split the bill. You paid for popcorn.
To be
the baby name thing, it reminds me of some people being like, if you don't want kids, you need to be very clear about it because other people do want kids, or you should never lie that you do want kids to stay in a relationship longer and stuff. And some people had some very strong opinions on those things. And I guess just thinking about that, which is kind of similar to the test, but not quite, it would be, I care about honesty and communication in general. If somebody didn't want kids, but then told you they did just to stay in a relationship longer, that's kind of fucked. And you're probably going to find a lot of other problems that are similar but different in that same kind of vein. But to just completely gaslight or whatever, you know, like to create a whole false narrative around it, because gaslighting is like changing history and making them believe it or something. I forget the exact specifics, but just kind of like just lying, right? It's lying. Lying is bad. So technically in the first few months or the first maybe years, depending on how people do it, there's always that weird honeymoon puppy love kind of thing where you don't 100% really kind of feel like you're still kind of an outside mode where you're being extra careful and gentle and you're not quite the full like farting and, you know, shitting in front of them phase, right? That's different. That's your real connected phase. So man, how long has it been since we closed the bathroom door? Yeah, because like, I mean, even when we were first dating, obviously we were like at my parents' house or at her parents' house, you wouldn't do it. So like it took us a while to move in, so we probably weren't closing bathroom doors as soon as we moved in, basically. But we had the master bedroom up there, so yeah.
Fair, if a girl did that to me, I'd be freaked out. But if I did it to them, it'd be funny.
I feel like you would really like it.
You think so?
I think so. I think so. I think the first person that ever truly commits to you, it's going to be bad. I think you gotta be able to see it and then separate yourself to get onto the next one. I think someone's gonna play you like a fiddle one day, dude.
No, and I'm gonna take it.
Devil went down to Georgia. It all started with a 2024 video of a woman calling her
Okay, very Gen X. The good devil went down to Georgia.
boyfriend her husband in passing, and to her surprise, as she said, "My husband," he immediately corrected her and said that he was not her husband.
Today I'm going to be guessing my husband's favorite things.
I'm not your husband.
Which also could have been him being kind and being like, "Oh no, we're not," because he didn't want her to feel silly. Or maybe he's just like, and no ring. She then proceeded to sit there in silence as the man awkwardly attempted to fist bump her before she jokingly choked him out. That's not funny.
That's abuse.
That's disgusting, actually. People in the comments were surprised at how rapidly he shut it down, saying even their shitless ex-boyfriend wouldn't have done that. And others claim that he didn't love her at all because, you know, they know them. This reaction inspired other people to do it with their partners, and it is just another drop in the bucket of TikTok relationship tests, which, once again, if you're dating someone for a year, I don't see a problem with that. Even after a little bit, I don't think that, I'm just saying, like, date 1 through 4.
It could work. It could be a cute thing.
I feel like you have done it. I feel like you're defending it so much to where I'm like, I feel like you've definitely done it before.
This is 4.
Hi, wife.
Hi.
Well, they're already married, so it doesn't really work.
As relationship tests have.
Ooh, but one of my favorite ones is to refer to, like, Kara. Could refer to Kara as my ex-girlfriend because she is no longer my girlfriend, right? Like, that's one of my favorite things. It's like, oh yeah, my ex-fiance, we're going to dinner tonight. And they're like, wait, what? But aren't you married? And it's like, yeah, like my wife is my ex-fiance because we're married now. You know, it's obviously you are doing the thing where you're kind of like straight up lying to somebody to throw them off guard. So it's not as clever as it is, but yeah.
Become increasingly popular. There are more and more people fighting back against them online. In the process, many people go on rants about.
Sometimes I get annoyed by pranks that are basically like, haha, you believed me, but I was lying. Got you. Haha, you see, I lied. Because sometimes that's all it really comes down to is just, you were trusting. You'll never do that again. You know, it's like, oh, what are you setting yourself up for?
How these tests are starting to ruin their relationships. Yeah. One 38-year-old man was tested repeatedly by his girlfriend, and it started with her saying she wanted to be alone for the weekend, a test he failed because he didn't surprise her with a visit regardless.
That comes down to you being 38 and her being still in her 20s by being an early 30-year-old, right? That comes down to perhaps a bit of a personality difference, perhaps a bit of an age difference, maturity difference in some ways. We're getting a snapshot. Also, it's a Reddit thing, which is also likely to be very fake. And saying you failed the test may or may not even be as serious as they're making it out to be, because failing a test sounds like doomer and like it's all over, or it's gonna be so hard to make up the difference. But maybe they just mean like, oh yeah, you didn't get it. That's fine. You know.
Also, 40 years old and playing that, I'd be like, I can't. I can't, dude. See, that's when you start getting into like the single mom territory. Single mom of 2. You think she's gonna be saying that? No. They're gonna tell you how it is. They're gonna lay out the rules, and you'll be like, awesome. This is the fucking itinerary. This is how we're getting it done. Dinner here, sex here, bed then. Good night. That's what I'm telling you. I need a drill sergeant. Need some drill sergeant pussy. Attention! She kept throwing test after test at him, claiming he failed every time. It escalated to the point where she pretended to be pregnant and kept up the lie for an entire day. That is messed up. Yeah. That is.
Yeah, that's not. I don't even think for a second faking that, because there's certain, I mean, that's a huge deal. It's like saying, oh, I called my doctor and it turns out I have cancer. Like, just kidding. Like, you wouldn't do that because that's fucked. So same. That shows the deep level of immaturity. Even if they are 30 years old, they're not acting like a 30-year-old, whatever that's supposed to mean specifically, but you know what I mean.
Up a full 24 hours too. Yep,
it's yours.
He's growing in there. You shouldn't have sneezed in me so hard. Shaking and shit.
Yeah, he's thinking about a little vitamin C overdose.
Yeah, she's a long.
Yeah, maybe we should have bailed after a certain part because it's just kind of the same thing over and over again.
Tall flight of steps. Despite him passing by being calm and supportive, he broke things off after realizing that this was yet again another test and that she could no longer be trusted.
Yep. Amen. That's
what is smart? Yes. Yeah. I would almost feel like I'm being like manipulated or gaslit. Like imagine being like, I feel like I should propose to her. Have I been fucking groomed to think that? I don't know. It feels like it. Feels like she has my fucking brain. You know what I mean? The fucking like ball that Sauron has, whatever.
Palantir.
He's like,
Gandalf, marry me, Gandalf.
that kind of thing. Another man and his wife were approached by a group of TikTokers who wanted to test the relationship by asking them various personal questions. They both agreed, only for his wife to realize that he didn't know their anniversary.
That's the Newlywed Game, kind of, but just the new age version of it.
Parents' names or what allergy she has. I know Allison's parents' names. I know her allergies.
How long have they been dating? Not to know their parents' names? That's kind of crazy.
Struggle with the date sometimes.
Unless the parents are like completely detached and they only live up in a certain area, different in the country. Like I'm thinking of as when I knew Kara and first started dating her, like she would go home to her parents' house. But maybe these are like people who started dating when they're older, and you know, oh yeah, those parents are over there in like Connecticut, and we met them once, and she doesn't talk about them much, so I really don't care about Mary or whatever. You know, I'm trying to think of like what. Like that could be a thing, and especially if you haven't been dating that long. And I suppose I'm bad with names, so I'm empathetic on that.
The thing is, they'll do the anniversary of when we first got together, our wedding anniversary, the proposal anniversary. Too many dates. I'm bad with names, and I know her dad, mom's name.
That's why I made sure to propose on the day we first dated, and then have the wedding on that same day. Now it's all the same. Yeah. And even then, we both forget it sometimes.
That should be good enough.
Do you know her allergies?
Yeah. I'm going to say them. Have some guy go up, blow in her face or whatever. Listen, if you're worried about your relationship, 9 out of 10 times, it can be solved with open communication. You just got to talk to people for the love of God. Also, if someone, let's say this thing is important. The thing of like,
POG, communication. Oh, my favorite thing.
Like, could you peel this orange for me? And they're like, no. If you do not communicate, it will not get fixed. If you tell that person, I would really love if you just like, if I asked to do these things, they did it. And if they then reciprocate, if it never changes, that person is unwilling.
Wow, wow, holy fuck.
To change. And I think that is a red flag. A one and done, brutal. Okay? You know what I mean? If you're enacting elaborate plans to test someone, chances are it'll cause more problems than it solves, especially if you're filming it and making it into fucking content for other people. So I just gotta say, relationships are hard. They are. They're not easy. People who are like, we're happy. Good for you, unicorn. It takes a lot of work, dude. You just gotta communicate with your partner.
And there's also, I guess there's like a stigma to having a bad relationship or having troubles in a relationship, like, oh, trouble in paradise. Like, you have to like be in a very specific type of scenario to ever like ask for advice from a friend about a thing. And even that, if you only do it once and it sounds like it's more serious than it might be. That's one of the things I used to think about more, and now thinking about it now, is that it'd be better if Kara and I both had more friends, because sometimes it's good to bounce ideas off of other people to get an extra perspective, to make sure that in it. But then again, you also run into the problem of, depending upon how sometimes it's turned into a, I'm your friend, so I support you no matter what. And also sometimes when people share stuff, they share it in a way where they are one-siding it, in a sense where they are setting up their friend to make sure they are very supportive of them. I've seen that a lot in some of the different ways that people complain to each other, complain around me, or whatever. So I guess sometimes it can be more harm than good, and other times it can be more good than harm. It all depends, which is why chances are it's best to have a variety of friends to get questions from, and you know which ones are the ones and which ones aren't. And if you're constantly asking them in a way that sets it up just for you, then somewhere deep inside you might know that you are the one who's phrasing it and framing it in this way. And if you don't realize that, then I guess you're going to get bad advice, and then I guess you're going to have bad outcomes because you didn't, you're oblivious to your own mistakes or whatever. I don't know. I just love communication. Let's try similar with the idea of relationships. Well, 16 minutes is really long. Let's go with something, a different direction. A different direction. We saw this video in the thumbnail yesterday. IKEA's making stuff out of paper. I don't know that I've ever seen a Primal Space video before, so maybe this will be a dog shit video. Maybe it'll be something that just doesn't spark joy, but I thought the thumbnail was great. So
this is the Lack coffee table, one of IKEA's most important products.
We have a Lack. We have this one here. This table here is a Lack. It's like a longer Lack with an undercarriage. And I'm pretty sure, oh yeah, right now my computer is sitting on this Lack, the square Lack in black. It's handy. And it was like very cheap.
If you had to design the simplest table possible, you'd come up with this. It has no fancy angles, no intricate details, no patterns, and yet it's an engineering masterpiece. Thanks to its simplicity, it hit the market in 1981 at just under 10 euros, blowing the cheapest alternatives out of the water. Incredibly, even after decades of inflation, IKEA has never increased its price, and it still sells for just $9.99. In order to pull this off, IKEA had to get creative, and that's why this table is made of paper. This is just one of many engineering breakthroughs that allowed IKEA to cut costs, simplify assembly, and make furniture affordable for everyone.
I'm a millennial gray guy. I'm a minimalist wannabe because I'll buy a Lack and then I'll cover it in knickknacks and I'll cover it in little bits and gobs. Like I bought a cool minimalist like glass encased computer tower, but now it's covered in USB-C cables. Like I just can't do it. Does it sound weird if you knock on it? It sounds kind of hollow for sure. Yeah. No. Oh, the cats get so afraid when I knocked on the table and they thought it sounded like they thought it was a person at the door. They get so. We don't have the mojito cats that come up to new strangers and ask for pets. They hide.
Everyone. If you're over a certain age, chances are you've assembled IKEA furniture. The materials, the fasteners, and the way it all goes.
This was another thing. Yeah. They both hide. Yeah. There used to be like a Family Guy joke, Simpsons joke, whatever, about this Swedish can't read the instructions, always extra parts, things are missing, it's bad and complicated. I'm also a guy that likes building models and other stuff, so I'm always like, I don't know, what's the big deal? And also I think it's a bit of, not racism, because I don't know we have a like anti-Swedish racism, but it's just anti-foreign stuff. I don't know. I always was kind of like confused by how much people hated it and acted bad. I used to know somebody that would, like a person who's my age, who would pay people on TaskRabbit to come and assemble their IKEA furniture. And I'm just like, you're like the biggest pinch a penny guy I know. Why would you ever pay somebody to assemble what is like wooden Legos? Like, what? Why? Huh? It's crazy.
Together feels familiar. And with almost no skill and very basic tools, anyone can do it. But it wasn't always like this. Before the 1950s, furniture was heavy and expensive. If you wanted a new wardrobe, a professional woodworker would spend weeks making it.
Well, okay, that's crazy because I've seen videos that have talked about this exact difference, but on the flip side, about saying how like furniture is not made to last anymore. It's not, heirloom anymore. It's not high quality. But this video is like, nah, it's not, and it's sick. It's kind of crazy.
Then a moving company would transport it to your home fully assembled. Every step of the process was slow and costly. And so filling your home with everyday items was extremely expensive. But all of this changed one day in 1956. In a small town in rural Sweden, product designer Gillis Lundgren was struggling to fit his latest creation into the back of his car, a coffee table for the local furniture company IKEA. The awkward shape of the legs made it impossible, so he sawed them off, and the table slid perfectly into the car. That's when it clicked.
Flat pack. Well, that's crazy to just saw them off, dude. You didn't want to, like... Couldn't you have unscrewed them or something?
If all of IKEA's products could be packed flat like this, customers could deliver and assemble the products themselves, cutting out a huge part of the cost. Lundgren pushed this idea to his boss, and soon the table was redesigned with legs that simply screwed on. It was a small design change, but it allowed IKEA to pass the burden of delivery and assembly onto the customer. Over the next few years, the price of the table dropped, and soon IKEA redesigned its whole catalog to be flat-packed and self-assembled. It was a genius move, and throughout the 60s, IKEA went...
I was also always a cheap guy, so going to Rooms to Go and buying a sofa or something would be expensive. But if you went to IKEA, it would be cheaper, but you had to do some of the labor yourself. And I was like, bet, I'm down for that. I want to save some money. And then I think eventually that gets baked into the process where the prices of it are still, you know, close to what you might buy at a furniture store. Although I guess apparently not to some degree, which is why I always liked IKEA. I was at the, you know, the design style was similar to what I liked. And also it was the one that was the cheapest with a lot of options. And then, yeah, going inside of an IKEA, because they're so huge, it's, I used to say it's like going to a theme park because you're getting your steps in that day, and there's like a food court and everything, and it's all like pathways, and there's like secret passages to sneak around fast, and you're usually there for hours. Also, according to 30 Rock, the sitcom, going to IKEA with your partner is like a major test, if not a divorce inducer, breakup inducer, because you'll have very different tastes. But I guess I got lucky that Kara and I have very similar tastes.
From just a single store in Sweden to managing multiple stores across Europe.
Multiple?
If IKEA was born today, they could have relied on Odoo, today's sponsor, to manage their business. On the website app, simply select load your... No technical experience is needed, and you can customize...
Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Why is there a Nazi there?
Choose a theme to make it look good. No technical...
Why is there... It's got Graham Plattner's fucking tattoo. Why is Graham Plattner's tattoo over here up on this hat? Are we the baddies? What is this? What have I missed?
Experience is needed, and you can customize your website by simply dragging and dropping blocks onto any...
It must be like a... Because the rest of this is not... It must just be like a weird World War II game website thing that they were doing. Yeah, what is this? Oh, it's like a thumbnail to a video. Like a spy or something. Okay. I was just lost why there was a Nazi thing mixed in there.
In the description. IKEA's...
Odoo, Kara. That's something that we could add. I forgot I was going to do this after the last video. Yeah, there was... What was the other one we were just thinking of? Not just did. Odoo, and then the other one was the one that Meat Canyon did. Oh, Raycon. Yeah. So, if you have not followed, why don't you try following? We talked before about how there's no ads. Because I'm laid off, and I don't get money from anywhere else anymore. The music stopped because it's redoing. But look, today it was brought to you by Heine. It's not actually brought to you by Heine. But if you use promo code... Which Prime? Whoa, what are the chances? Please do it. Oh, God. What would I do without you? And if you don't want to, you don't have to. It's just like a fun thing we can do. We can re-roll the sponsors. It's actually Hello Pink, like the Pinkertons. Because they have anti-labor union practices at HelloFresh. Or maybe if that's not good, well, let's see, what the promo code do they have? Champagne Socialism. I misread it. Okay, no, what if we use Gamer Simps? Gamer Simps is where, I mean, I guess I have no problem with Sims specifically, but it was just a funny way to make fun of their name. But if you use promo code not Twitch Prime, not Champagne Socialism, scam, then, you know, I don't know, you get 10% off. That sounds about right. Maybe no ads on the stream, something like that. Anyway, there's a bunch more ads that we have, a bunch of the fake ad sponsors, but I earn another day of life.
Change to flat pack furniture.
So that's why I was like, oh, Odoo, another one we can add to the stack of fake sponsors.
Furniture took them.
I definitely need to work on my script for what to say about, like, hey, if you're doing the stream, I would love a follow, and then, you know, and if you want to make sure this thing can stay going, because at the start of the new year, I'm gonna be broke, you know.
From a
Something
single
like that.
furniture store in Sweden to multiple stores across Northern Europe. But as they started mass producing
I'm gonna grab a
more
drink.
and more furniture, they ran into an unavoidable problem: the wood itself. As humidity changes, the natural fibers in real wood expand and contract, causing the wood to warp in unpredictable ways. For a custom-made piece of furniture, this wasn't a huge problem to overcome. But when it came to mass-producing thousands of parts, screw holes wouldn't line up, and parts wouldn't fit together, making assembly a nightmare for the customer. To get around this, IKEA started working with factories in Poland to mass-produce particle board, an engineered wood made from sawdust and resin pressed together to form perfectly flat boards. Without the continuous grains of real wood, it was incredibly stable, maintaining its flat shape without warping. But particle board had one big drawback. Regular screws simply turned particle board into dust without holding it together. And so IKEA had to come up with a stronger and simpler way of assembling its products. Instead of screws, it started experimenting with knockdown fasteners, special hardware used to connect.
Oh yeah, these things I thought was really cool. One, like, you plug it inside and you rotate it and then it holds it in tight. It's pretty cool.
Two panels together. Many different types already existed, but they hadn't been perfected for particle board furniture. The most promising of these was the cam lock. By altering the thread size, the lock shape, and pre-drilling the holes, they could be screwed into particle board without destroying it. The dowel would screw into the first panel and slide straight into a corresponding hole on the opposite panel. The lock would then be inserted into another pre-drilled hole, and by simply twisting it, it would lock onto the dowel and pull the two panels together. It was incredibly simple, and cam locks started appearing in every IKEA instruction manual. IKEA was on a roll, and it continued opening new stores all over the world throughout the 70s. That's when it realized that part of its success wasn't just due to the products, but the IKEA store itself. When the first store opened in 1958, it had a very unique design. Instead of multiple aisles where customers went straight to what they wanted, the IKEA store had a single path that weaved its way through a series of showrooms. Before customers could reach the checkout, they had to walk past every item in the store. With this maze-like design, customers became lost and disoriented, not knowing where the end was or how long they had left. They started to forget what they actually came to buy in the first place, and they became more open to impulse purchases. The IKEA store
Is this where you get like the paper and the pencil? Is this where they're talking about this?
became an experience rather than just a store, and this dramatically increased sales. Customers would enter to buy one thing and leave with much more. IKEA realized the effect this had on people and continued opening stores around the world, leaning in to its maze-like layout. But to supply their ever-growing business, they needed wood, and lots of it.
You just left. That's funny. I was going to say, there's something funny about, they're like, oh, look, people don't expect or did not come in wanting to buy, but then they were willing to buy because we kind of played with human psychology and fucked with it. Like, there's something so subversive about the way capitalism works. Like, an advertisement is supposed to trick you. It's supposed to give you all the ups and none of the downs, and maybe even lie to you in a sense, or trick you into doing it. And it's kind of like, that's kind of fucked. You know, like, we're just talking about this whole like relationship thing and about how like it's all about open communication and setting expectations and being honest with not only them, but yourself. And then immediately business is like, hell yeah, trick the customer, sack them for all they're worth. And they're willingly opening their wallet, but also you're willingly specifically redesigning things and then using that as a new tactic to then grow your business. It's and I don't think it's, you know, actually evil, but it is kind of fucked. You know what I mean?
At the time, IKEA was getting most of its wood from suppliers in Poland. But whenever the suppliers upped their prices, it put IKEA's already cheap products in a tough spot. The solution was to make the same products, but by using far less material. And so IKEA set its designers a task: make a table with a price that no competitor could even come close to matching. The key was in the hexagon. It might not seem like it, but this shape holds special qualities seen throughout nature that maximize strength and minimize weight. Other shapes could be used, but all of these end up with straight paths where a single force could be sent through and break the structure.
This is actually also used in 3D printing. The default infill inside of a 3D print is rectilinear square shit. But if you use hexagon shape, then you end up with almost the same amount of interior walls, but because it's oriented a little bit differently, it gives you much better strength within. And then there's also like adaptive, cubic, whatever, all these different things. And also, instead of having it be like a square grid, you make it more of like an angled, like diamond upward, upside down, 3-dimensional thing, because instead of having a weakness on this side or this side, you want to have it strong all around in a way.
With hexagons, each wall is 120 degrees apart, and so incoming forces get spread more evenly throughout the structure, making it incredibly strong. Most importantly, it achieves this strength using less material than any other shape. This idea had already been used in planes, cars, and ships.
Oh, you'd use less material. Okay, I thought maybe we use slightly more with the way, but I guess maybe because there's no outer walls where you save a lot of the stuff.
To make lightweight metal walls. IKEA took it and turned it into paper. First, a machine would turn rolls of paper into a honeycomb structure and place it into a sturdy particle board frame. Then, the honeycomb would be glued and sandwiched between two thin particle board sheets. The result was a super strong and lightweight tabletop that looked just like wood while using only 1/10 of the material. On top of that, since everything...
People love to hate on it, but it's sustainable. I mean, I guess because like there's production and then maybe the table might get broken or die over time comparatively to a real piece of hardwood or something, but to me, there's a bit of a sustainability to this. And also, paper is more recyclable than wood is or whatever. Maybe not. I feel like it biodegrades faster despite the processing that goes involved. I'm open to the idea based off of scientific consensus more than my own just feeling it out, but it seems like it's a good idea to use less material for mass production. Creating a fast fashion situation where you're constantly chucking it out and redesigning, like we buy the, you know, whatever this thing is called, right? This piece of furniture, and we own it literally for, I don't have a plan to ever get rid of it. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be in our house until I die. You know what I mean? Like this $10 side table we bought in 2000. And we buy it for this house, or did you buy it for the apartment? Yeah, 2015 or whatever, somewhere in that area, and we'll have it as long as we will exist.
Was made from engineered wood and paper. Recycled materials could be used at scale. Thanks to this amazingly strong and efficient design, IKEA achieved its goal, and the table went on sale in 1981 for $9.99. It was an instant hit, selling millions in its first year. But throughout the 90s, labor and material costs started to rise once again, and the lax $9.99 price tag was in danger. The only thing left to optimize was the legs. The honeycomb method didn't fit inside, and so they were still being made from solid wood. But with tens of millions of legs being made every year, a small improvement could save IKEA a lot of money. It tried switching to plastic legs, but over time the plastic would discolor and end up looking different from the top. And so, together with its Polish manufacturers, IKEA developed a brand new machine that could accurately fold thin particle board around two wooden blocks.
This must be a Canadian person or something, the way they're saying words weird.
The end result was a virtually empty leg that could be made almost completely autonomously. It may not be the prettiest or most impressive looking table, but it's the
maybe just a Bostonian. I don't know.
Perfect example of how IKEA's quest for efficiency helped make furniture accessible to everyone. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, fake Nazi. Okay. Is that about Grandpa Latner? I don't know. Okay, another fun one. A big tug video. We haven't watched the Tuggers in a while. I got too political on this damn channel. This the weekend, damn it. I did something wrong. It clicked on something. Did it click on his channel ID? I think it did because I put a URL in the thing. How did that fuck up? Maybe I wasn't scrolled up all the way or something? I'm confused. Well, I'll just copy the title here. Do it manually, damn it. Don't know what I did wrong. I did something wrong. Oh well.
What up, gang? So we've gone over the concept that I'm stupid, right? We don't have to flush that out. Every time I do a video where I have to use any bit of like normal brain power, you guys understandably get really angry at me. Like one time I was playing GeoGuessr and I f***ed up so tremendously bad that you guys thought I was doing a bit. Not true. I did the math video recently and people were getting so mad at me thinking that
Okay, Boobies is one, that's a classic. Probably also dates me a bit, but yeah. Damn it. Spacebar.
I was doing it for the camera. I'm just stupid, gang. And I also panic, and I'm a bad test taker, which sounds like an
Oh, I get that. I get that a lot. Especially when you're like feeling like you're under the gun and you got to make it count. I can feel like a bad test taker. I'm usually terrible at interviews. You'd sit down with this boss person and it's like, all right, what would you do in this stressful situation? Or like, tell me something that you've done wrong, but you learned from it. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they want me to say at this, but then I'm just thinking too much about the question. Then I'm thinking too much about how I haven't answered the question in too long. And then it's like, like, you know, stop panicking. You got to say something. You can't just say nothing. And it's like, well, and I'm like out of breath basically when I'm talking. Like if I have a long sentence and I'm so like stressed, I don't breathe in very well or on command. So I end up like almost out of breath, having to like taking the gas, but I don't want to like look like I'm gasping, but then I'm like trying to breathe and I just probably look insane. The fact that I was ever hired is like is also wild because like who would have hired that person?
excuse for dumb people, which it is. But like when I get
They're probably adults who can just see that I'm nervous. That's probably what it is.
into like a system where I need to do well, I really fall apart. Actually, in the last math video, there was a teacher in the comments that was like, hey, I really appreciate, I could see where your brain was coming from, and you're obviously, like it was a 5th grade math teacher who told me like, you keep trying, and it almost made me cry. It was so nice. And
They're used to teaching 10-year-olds for what that's worth. Not to like rag on you, Mr. Tug, but you know, yeah. That's sweet. That's still sweet.
it almost made me cry because it made me feel so stupid. But today, we're changing things up. We've done geography. We've done history with the US test. We've done math. And now, it's time for science. When I was in school, obviously, English was my best subject. Good at writing. Real good at writing words and knowing pronouns and such. But science was the bridge between English and math. Or history and math, I don't know. It's like a weird in-between where like there's math involved, but you also have to remember shit. But a lot of it is very interesting. So I didn't have that hard of a time with it. I don't know. I'm kind of panicking again because I don't really remember what science is. Especially, I think today I'm doing 5th grade science. So I don't remember what you'd learn in 5th grade. Like what a mesa is, what a plateau is, what a mitochondria is.
A mesa might fuck me up because I definitely know what a plateau is, but I guess maybe based off the images there, the difference was one is a bit more arid and one is a bit more, not tropical, but just has more vegetation. Like there's certain things like an isthmus. I always liked knowing that one because it's like a very thin stretch of land that's connecting, almost like a land bridge between two different bodies of land across water. Because what else would you be spanning as land? archipelago versus a delta. Delta's like a river, but archipelago is a type of organization of islands, and then there's different types of formations of islands that have different exact parameters that I forget all the different ones. An atoll. Oh my god, yeah, good call. Didn't remember it until you mentioned it, but as soon as you mentioned it, I'm like, oh yes, it's one of those weird ones that I don't know what it means, but I do know it's something. Sometimes people will go like, oh, I don't know what an isthmus is, and I'm like, what do you mean? For some reason, my mind connected with that one deeply and never let me forget it, and I love to bring it up whenever it's relevant to bring up, because that's what kids who are good at school would love to do, to get a free sticker and to get like a pat on the head. So, you know, but a mesa, that one's getting me. I also live in Florida where like we're just flat. Atoll, A-T-O-L, an atoll is a thing. Let's see. Is there 2 L's? A ring-shaped island formed by coral reefs that encircles a central lagoon. Ah, yes. A lagoon. A thing that definitely comes up in naming in a lot of like fantasy and stuff. But what is a lagoon? Specifically, body of water separated from larger bodies of water by a natural barrier. Oh. So it's like a body of water within a body of water separated by some type of barrier that's natural. So a dam would not do a lagoon, but coral reefs or a beaver dam might. I don't know. Maybe not a beaver dam, but anyway.
Got that level. I just don't know if that's 4th grade or 9th grade. The American school system is but today we're going to see just how stupid I am. I've failed every other test. Maybe there's a saving grace in the science department. So we're going to jump right into that. I play along at home.
Isthmus is a thin stretch of land connecting 2 larger pieces of land. It's like a land bridge. I'm trying to think of an example of one that exists somewhere in like the globe that I can be like, that's one. I don't know, like is the Bering Strait what it was called when people walked across from Alaska and Russia? So like before the water levels rose or whatever, that would have been an isthmus because it was a thin stretch of land, but then now it's gone. IST. Yeah, IST. I should just show the. Yeah. Isthmus. Why do I have it zoomed in so much? A narrow strip of land with sea on either side, forming a link between 2 larger areas of land. Literally, exactly, yeah. So. A Panama type. Yeah, that would make sense. This might even be, yeah, Panama. Isthmus that changed the world. Yeah. To me, that's pretty big. It looks pretty big, right? But like to me, it's more of a micro version, right? But yeah, it's like saying the Gulf of Mexico is I guess that wouldn't be a lagoon according to the definition because it's not within another body of water. But yeah, a smaller version of what that is essentially. And I only learned the surface level of the basic definition and then was able to regurgitate that on command. Brand new person I just met and shook their hand and repeated their name myself. It's not going to stick, sorry. The isthmus is already there. So, sorry, it's not primed. And there it goes. Your name's gone forever, a person. But the exact parameters was not covered. It was just sort of like be able to like draw a line between these things on a test and get a good grade.
Let me know just how smart you are. We've got a beautiful diagram here. A lot of fun animals. So I'm going to be paying attention. The model below includes information about the different frequencies of sound waves that can be detected by humans, elephants, dogs, and bats. Sound is measured in hertz. I already knew that. The number of waves each second. The bar indicates the range of frequency.
Does Tug have his monitors that high up that he gets to look up at it? That's crazy. That would drive me crazy looking up like this all the time. Yeah. We've done the cardinal sin before of having like a fireplace, and also we live in Florida. Why is there a fireplace? Crazy to me. I guess it used to get really cold, but whatever. And so you have a fireplace, and it's the perfect place to put a TV that people, but it's like it's kind of too high, but it's right in the middle of the room where you want to fucking put a TV. So either you put it low and it's too low, or you put it up high. So a lot of times TVs get mounted above a fireplace, but then you're like this on the sofa all the time looking up at it. And it just feels like shit. I don't know. My brother's brand new house, whatever. Well, not new to them. They moved into it, whatever. In Georgia has this big old TV over a fireplace, and it's like angled down a lot. So that way when they're sitting in the sofa, they can look up at it. But it just feels weird to be looking up all the time. Like your equilibrium in your ear gets a little fucked up and it feels a little disorienting, at least for someone like me visiting who's not used to it. But I was there for a few days, so it ended up feeling okay by the end of it. But even then, it's just one of those things. You're going to make a movie theater staircase incline in front of the fireplace. Ah, see, now there you go. Like, if you mean like it, yeah, like you, that way at least you're on par. You might still have the fluid thing, but again, your body will get used to it. So
that each organism can hear. Okay, so elephants can hear between 0 and 25. Humans can hear between 20 and 20,000. Elephants can't hear shit. Oh my God. Dogs between 25.
Those big ears, they can't hear shit. Crazy.
And 40,000, and bats between all the way up to 160,000. So, okay, that's okay. All right, information taken in. Organisms respond to information in different ways. Which statement describes how two organisms could respond to a warning sound at 3,500 hertz? Okay, already a little confused, but 3,500 hertz is between the 20 and 40,000, so dogs and bats can hear it. That's it. That's already, before I even answer it, I know that. Humans cannot hear the sound to respond, and elephants might stamp their feet. Incorrect. Elephants can't hear shit. Humans can hear the sound and respond, and the dog might bark. No, because humans can only hear 20,000 hertz. So no, humans cannot.
I guess they might be able to, like, their trunks can, like, because low sound waves travel further than high sound waves because they lose less energy because the high sound waves vibrate a lot and they lose a lot of their energy. Whereas slow sound waves are easier to go over long distances, I'm thinking. So also why low sound waves move through materials well, something with the way that longer waves move through material. So I think sound waves actually move faster through solid material than they move through the air, which is why people would like put their ear to the ground to hear stuff, both because footsteps make a low resonance, but also because you can hear it faster than you could hear it outside. At least that's my understanding. Maybe there's details that flew past me and I've oversimplified it, but yeah, they might use the low sound waves when they into each other.
Hear the sound to respond, and the dog might bark. That is true. Humans can hear the sound and respond, and the bat might fly away from the sound. The answer is C. I went out of focus.
Yeah, so the problem here is he's looking up at this monitor, and also he's on the far edge of the frame, or like at least the last third. So the eye is sideways, which his eye detection is not able to autofocus anymore. In the center of the frame, so he has an eye connection here, it's fine. But he turns away from it, it drops the eye connection, and it figures, I should focus on something in the center, probably this thing. There's contrast here, and it focuses there. That's going to happen a lot unless he reframes his shit.
The answer is C. That's a easy one. I'm kind of excited for this test, because I might look smart. I might look smart today. Answer. C. Clutch. All right, perfect. Question number 2. The model below represents the path that a herd of elephants would take. Why are we talking about so much about elephants? What's going on with
Now he's actually reframed the camera. So now he's closer to the center of the frame because you can't see the monitor anymore. So
elephants. The model below represents the path that a herd of elephants would take if given the choice when encountering the scents of two different tribes. The Maasai tribe and the Kamba tribe. Elephants on the trail, they like the Kamba tribe more. Okay. Which type of information processing allows the herd of elephants to make this choice? A. Use memories stored in the brain to recall the Kamba tribe, which has hunted them in the past. Okay, no, that's probably not that, because they went to the Kamba tribe. And why would they go to a Kamba tribe that hunts them? That's illegal, too. The Kamba tribe is a piece of shit. So, no. Use memory stored in the brain to recall the Maasai tribe, which has hunted them in the past. Okay, no. Oh, maybe. Yes, because they would avoid that if they were getting hunted by them. Okay, let's keep reading.
They could recall it to know that they did it.
C.
Use memories in the brain. Memories stored in the trunk. The last two are just worthless because they start with trunk. So the answer is B. Okay, this video kind of sucks. It's just like, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought I was about to learn something about elephants and they have brains in their trunks. That's how little faith I have in myself. Moving on to question number 3. In the models below, arrows represent the path of light. Which model correctly represents the path of light that occurs between the eagle, its prey, mouse, and the sun that allows the eagle to see the prey? The sun reflects on the eagle, which makes it so they can see the
What? No.
prey. No.
I love the not drawn to scale sun.
It's the path of sun. So the sun shines on the eagle and then the sun shines on the prey. No. The prey shines on the sun. That's immediately wrong. The prey shines on the eagle, which shines on the sun. Incorrect. Or the sun shines on the prey, which shines off and shows onto the eagle. And it's very funny they say not drawn to scale. Some 5th grader's having a panic attack because he thinks the sun is as big as a mouse, or the mouse is as big as the sun. That would be way scarier. The answer is D. Correct answer, D. I am so good at science. Holy shit. There's no slowing down here. It's gonna be all gas, no brakes. Question number 4. Catastrophic flooding impacted Atlanta in September 2009.
What a grim question.
I did not know that, sorry. An estimated 10 to 20 inches of rain fell in less than 24 hours and historic flash flooding occurred. Over 20,000 homes and businesses had major damage. Which design solution would require the fewest steps to reduce future impacts of heavy rains on the residents of Atlanta? Okay, I have no idea about city planning, so hopefully that has nothing to do with that. A, build new roads that redirect rainwater to a single water treatment plant. That seems like it would overwhelm the water treatment plant, but maybe. Also, water treatment plant is for like getting poop out of water. So that would have nothing to
Including road wash drainage, because that water got to go somewhere, and it goes into the same sewer system that exists, where all the sewers, like all the little like gutters that you see that go to a big drain at the end of the suburb or even on the major roads, that all flows into the same flow of water because that water gets recycled into the water treatment. It's just the water treatment is already able to take care of the fucking shit. So it can take care of some of the road oils and stuff too. It's designed to work that way. But if there is too much water flowing in from both the sewer and, a flash rain or something, it's going to overload the system. And there's always a tap out, which is what happened to the Hudson River in New York City, is that when it rains too much, it overflows. And it's kind of like how like a sink has that little, like a lot of times you have like the 2 knobs for whatever the water come out of the sink, but then there's little holes like a bathroom sink. That's like when the water gets too high, it just will drain down that emergency drain because maybe your drain is clogged, right? That's kind of the whole point of it. So inside of the sewer system, there is an overflow outlet that if it gets high enough, it will then pump that out into a body of water. And that body of water now will have a mixture of sewage and a mixture of road debris and whatever all mixed into it because of the intense heavy rains in this city area. And that causes problems because then the river is now less of a useful river because it's got a lot of stuff in it over the years. And they've gotten better at like making sure the insides treat things better before it gets to, and they've been doing things. And there's natural, like they seed certain corals that can filter things better. So that way, and also there's like apps where you can, they daily test the bacteria in the water. So that way, if there has not been a heavy rain in like a week, the water is like totally fine because nature has cleansed all of the issues from the water. But if it was like heavy raining all week and like yesterday, then you definitely don't want to go in there because it's probably going to have way too much for nature to have fixed it in the time period. Whatever. Nothing to do with the situation at hand here.
To do with this. That one's incorrect. B, provide free sandbags to every resident in Atlanta and place around the outside of their homes to keep the water out. Maybe. I think that's a good idea, actually. C, keep existing overflow water pipes and sewer systems open to redirect water away from the city. That's probably the best one.
That's the less steps.
Would this be the fewest steps? Okay, that'd be a lot of steps though. So probably not C. And D, create large open fields in many parts of the city to allow rainwater to soak into the soil.
Keeping existing pipes open is the least number of steps than providing sandbags to everybody. But unless they think that like sandbags everybody is one step, not getting them, filling them, and distributing them all over, technically you could say doing this is one step, but this would be multiple pipes, therefore multiple steps. Like, I mean, I think the answer is definitely the pipe one. I think it was C.
Heard that that's the best. I just watched a video. I just watched the like Google autocorrect thing where they ask city planners, and having parks that absorb water is actually the best one. I'm gonna go with D, because if that's not correct, then the expert was wrong, and I don't feel bad.
Well,
D.
few steps.
C? No. Keep existing overflow water pipes and sewer systems open to redirect water away from the city. I guess that, okay, they already exist, so I guess it would be, okay, then why wouldn't they just do that in the first, why wasn't, okay, if that's the case, why did everything get damaged in 2009? Because those already exist. You just closed them as a goof? You just f***ed up? Like, I don't know, whatever. That's a bullshit question.
Fair question.
I would show that to my mother when I got it wrong on the test, and she would go in and scream at the teacher. That's not true. I wasn't one of those kids, and my mom wasn't one of those moms, but that's what this teacher deserves. I'm kind of pissed about that one. Question number.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was working off of it, like, whether or not one idea is better than another, it was just the brutal efficiency of follow the rules of fewest steps.
5. The photograph below was taken by an observer after the flood in Atlanta. Stream. Cool. How did the heavy rainfall in 2009 most likely cause damage to this roadway? Heavy flood water ran over and crushed the roadway into pieces. Lightning during the storm struck the roadway, breaking it up. If that was possible, holy shit, I'd be so afraid to drive in the rain. C. Running water under the road caused an earthquake. That's not how that works. Or D. Water eroded soils from under the road, causing it to collapse.
D, yeah.
Yes, that would be it. Because if heavy flood water ran over and crushed the roadway into pieces, then it would have moved that way. So I'm assuming the bridge was eroded under, right? That's got to be it. D is the answer. D is the answer. See, when the question's not bullshit, Big Tug gets it correct. You can't pull the wool over Big Tug's eyes. Question 6. The model below represents the number and arrangements of particles in a sample of water and a sample of sugar. Water, sugar. Got it. Which model best represents the number and arrangement of the water and sugar particles after the sample of sugar was poured into the sample of water and mixed? What a word salad. I gotta reread that.
You're looking for an heterogeneous mixture instead of a homogeneous mixture. I was thinking like homogeneous. Where they're properly mixed. There's a supersaturated mixture where there was too much sediment inside and it wasn't able to all absorb into its, whatever. Because sometimes you need two molecules to grab one thing and then you end up with too much crusty sugar at the bottom of your glass.
Which model best represents the number and arrangement
I'm busting out all my 5th grade science.
Of the water and sugar particles after the sample of sugar was poured into the sample of water and mixed? That is the most confusing sentence I've ever read in my life. Which model best represents the number of an arrangement of the water and sugar particles after the sample of sugar was poured?
It makes, A and D, I could see how maybe D could still be right, but I'm assuming the answer is supposed to be A, but I'm like, I could see how maybe, I guess the problem is the way molecules bond and like the positive and negatives, and they want to be in a balance, and that's not in a balance because there's a certain, sometimes there's multiple triangles, sometimes there's multiple circles connected, and that's not the way that it would work. So I feel like the answer is A, but I feel like if there was more water molecules, you might end up with something similar to D. Just because you're going to have more circles mixed in there or whatever. But I think it also requires perhaps, and maybe they're not leading in there, but like if you understand the way that they're supposed to bond is each triangle needs to bond with 3 different circles, then you can kind of tell that this would be what has to happen for it. And maybe that is the thing you're expected to know. Because if they only need 1 to bond and there's an unlimited number of bonds they can do per, then or up to 2 per, then maybe B is correct. But I think A is the right answer based off of the given information.
To the sample of water and mix. Okay, so it's just mixed sugar and water. It's A. It's A. It's perfect. It's perfectly made. A. It's a good balance. D. Oh, there's less sugar.
Damn.
No, even then, I
maybe it was counting the shapes. I don't know.
don't believe that. What? Why would it be D? Someone in the comments literally explained this to me. Is it because sugar's heavier? Then what? That doesn't even make sense. I don't understand that. If it's D, that means it's random.
Yeah, it's the same number of triangles.
And that means each one has equal chance to be correct. Someone in the comments let me know that I'm not stupid. Please explain this one to me.
Let's see. D is the correct because in the original diagram, there were 9 particles and 7 particles. Random with more or less particles, with no more or less. All the others had more or less sugar in water. Oh, got it. Only amount that was correct was D. Was it really? Because I was like, D had 7 triangles, and that's 7 triangles. What's this? 4, 4, and 1, so that's 9. Oh, yeah, there's way less circles in A. Okay, that makes sense. And you're taking the test, you can see the other things there, so you would be able to count the difference. So, having different number of circles, I guess I should have noticed that there was way more circles here. So,
to be correct. So mass of a meerkat. I hate science so much. Question 7. The graph below shows the relationship between the mass of a meerkat and the number of prey found per hour. The effects of meerkat mass on the number of prey found per hour. A mass of a meerkat. Do meerkats? I thought they were vegetarian.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Explain how the
Meerkat. Well, they eat like bugs, right? You watched Timon and Pumbaa.
graph provides evidence that a variation in a physical characteristic in the meerkat population provides an advantage versus survival. This is not multiple choice. You're gonna make me right. The fatter they are, the more prey they find. The more massive they are, the more prey they're able to find per hour. That probably would be the answer. Acceptable responses include, but are not limited to, meerkats with larger weights find more prey per hour. Boom. The greater of the mass of the meerkat, the more prey found per hour, and more prey is found per hour by heavier meerkats. Which seems to be incorrect. That seems like causation, or not correlation and not causation, whatever. Like, they're fat because they're finding more prey. So they're just better hunters. They're just fat because they get, I don't know. That seems...
Well, it was number of prey and the mass of the meerkat. So it is a completely tight line. So in this exact data set, you are a handsome man. Thanks.
Stupid. Anyway, question 8. Which row correctly pairs a claim with its logical solution that would help meerkat populations survive in a desert that are getting hotter and drier? Row 1. If there is more available water, the meerkat population can survive in hotter, drier deserts. Solution. Move meerkat populations to places that have more water. 2. As a desert becomes hotter and drier, there will be less food sources for meerkats. Bring insects, lizards, jackals, eagles, and snakes to a region in the desert that have a meerkat population. Well, you don't want to do that, because that'll f everything up. You bring a goddamn fly to a new country and all of a sudden we have lantern bugs eating our trees. 3. As rainfall decreases in the desert, meerkats will adapt by needing less water. Solution. Place tanks of water throughout the desert to collect rainfall so meerkats have something to drink. Those two have nut. Why would you do that? If the claim is that, then why would you give them more water? That one's just wrong. 4. Meerkat survival is threatened by hotter, drier deserts. Solution. Identify areas of meerkat populations and dig deeper burrows for meerkats to stay cool as deserts become hotter. Okay, maybe, I have no idea, dude. It's either 4 or 1.
I feel like pairs a claim with its logical solution that would help meerkat populations survive in deserts that are getting hotter and drier. So survive in deserts is move them to places that have more water, I guess, in the desert. But relocating them could also cause problems. A claim with its solution that would help them survive in deserts that are getting hotter and drier. The only one that has a claim that matches the claim in the top is number 4. If they're, the claim, so that one also says hotter, drier deserts. This one's tough. I mean, there probably is a proper way to break it down. Areas of meerkat populations and dig deeper burrows for them. That like pre-digging burrows for them. That's probably. But I feel like it's not just like it would be like the problem with the entire area. So I feel like probably 1 is the best. Based off of this?
I'm going to go 4, because I feel like that's the least invasive. It'll f them up the least if you just dig holes for them instead of like putting water or moving an entire meerkat population to water. I'm going to go.
That's fair, but it didn't say which is the least steps or whatever, but yeah.
It's D. It's D. Okay. That was pretty much a blind guess. I don't know what they were asking.
Digging wood depending on how many meerkats there are, I guess moving them would be more work, but maybe digging is hard. But also deserts, digging, sand dunes move. So I could see that being a problem, but then I'm also bringing in outside information. I don't know.
Asking me here. Like, that's not a good question. These are not good questions. It's all vibes. American school system's a bitch. And speaking of the American school system, now we're moving on to the Florida state test. We just did the New York one. Now we're doing Florida. So it's not gonna get better. Question 1. The stem is an important part of many plants. Which of the following is the most similar to the role performed of the stem of a plant? F, an anchor holding a boat in place. G, a snack company producing energy bars. Well, that's cute. H, a colorful sign attracting people into a store. Or I, an elevator transporting supplies from one floor to another. Answer is I. Yes, because the water got to go up the stem. I did the science project where you take colored water with food coloring and you can... Why did it go out of focus? The f is going on? Food coloring goes up the stem and it changes the stem color to blue or green or red or whatever the f you decided to make it. You probably not green because it's already green. But you know, I did a science experiment and it worked. Thank you, Mrs. Chase. Question number 2. Roger collected 4 rock samples and wrote a description of how each was formed. Which of the following rock that Roger collected is a metamorphic rock? Oh, I don't know this at all. A, formed from magma and cooled slowly. B, formed from pressure and heat over time. C, formed from lava and cooled quickly. Or D, formed by pieces of rock cemented together.
Metamorphic. I'm gonna think C, because it's about the time that it took.
Okay. I don't know Latin. Meta. I know what meta means in gaming. Like it's the best available tactic. Meta. Does it mean to come before?
Meta is like my, without actually looking at the definition of it, is like outside knowledge, the game within the game, you know, like the overall field of like, oh, there's a current meta of using this thing because that's meta information. It's information from outside of the actual thing at play. Because you realize that I know the common strategy. So it's not just playing the game that's here. I know that the common strategy is this, which changes the calculus, right?
4? I'm gonna go with B, formed by pressure and heat over time. B, formed by pressure and heat over time. Why do I keep going out of focus? What is going on? God damn it. Yes, that was a blind guess though. I don't know anything about rocks. Marie, they're minerals. Question number 3. Jenny measures the outside.
Metamorphic change in rocks. It's when a rock is subject to high heat, high pressure, combination of these factors. Transform pre-existing rocks into new metamorphic rocks through heat, pressure, and chemical reactions without melting. Ah, so that's the thing specifically. So then he guessed pressure and heat over time was B. Cemented is just cement, I guess. The other ones are melted. So
outside temperature as 16 degrees Celsius, 61 degrees Fahrenheit. She observes precipitation falling from the clouds in a solid form. What type of precipitation is Jenny most likely observing? Hail. If it's 61 degrees and raining, it's not snow, and it's solid, so it's not rain. I don't know what sleet is, though. I don't know what sleet is, gonna be perfectly honest. I thought sleet was shit that was already on the ground. I thought it was like wet snow.
I live in Florida. I've never seen snow my entire life. So sleet is another one of those things that I know is like basically like hail, but I don't know the difference.
So I'm gonna say hail. Yeah, it's hail. And now I'm gonna Google what sleet is, because I should know that as a 28-year-old adult. What is sleet? Oh, it's rain and snow mixed. Oh. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Question number 4. Erosion and weathering can both cause changes to the surface of the Earth.
It's rain, snow, yeah.
Which of the following happens only because of erosion? And
is that when it's just not cold enough to be perfectly all snow? What makes it a mixture of water and ice? Is it just being like in the Fahrenheit's, like around the 31 to 35 kind of range, where as it's falling from the sky, some of it's ice, some of it's ground's too warm? Okay. I feel like if it ever snowed in Florida, it would be sleeting, because it would just be... Okay, so is it more about when it's on the ground, it's sleet? I thought it was going to be like in the air, you're going to have snowflakes that are dripping wet, or like, you know, you'll have one snowflake and one raindrop coming down together. Like, it's a combination of both at the same time from the sky.
Not because of weathering. A, rocks form deep underground. B, rocks become...
Wait, what was the... Erosion and weathering can both cause changes to the surface. Which of the following happens only because of erosion, not because of weathering?
Only because of erosion and not because of weathering. A, rocks form deep underground. B, rocks become smooth and round. A little bit of a rhyme there. C, rocks are broken apart into smaller pieces. D, rocks are moved from one place to another. Now let me...
Smooth, I guess.
Reread the question because I've already forgotten it. Erosion and weathering can both cause changes to the Earth's surface of the...
Forming deep is a weathering into some degree, depending, you know, things adding together or whatever. Smoothing is definitely the water just constantly, slowly sanding it down in the weakest of terms. Broken is more of like wind and other more dramatic things. Moved is them getting picked up by water and moved, which is weathering.
The Earth. Which one is not because of weathering? Well, weather can't make rocks form underground, so that's got to be erosion because there's water underground. It's got to be A. D, rocks move from one place to another.
Really? Maybe I was misunderstanding what weathering was. Interesting.
Weatherman.
Like when I think of erosion, the classic example is the Grand Canyon, which is rocks getting sliced down. I guess a smooth pebble can happen more from a tumbling than from just water rushing over it. I guess I was imagining what may have formed originally as, you know, a broken chunk of rock that gets stuck into the ground, but then as it sits there in the riverbed, it slowly smooths because the water is pushing it around, or not pushing it around, but pushing all the, you know, it's creating a cut through it or smoothing down the sharp edges. But I guess erosion is literally taking pieces of it and moving it away. Yeah.
You ever seen a tree get struck by lightning? You struck a rock by lightning, and I'm telling you that thing's moving. What are you talking about? Wind can move a rock. What are you talking about? Maybe I don't know that.
Because, you know, literally my example of water picking up a rock and moving it is technically erosion.
Definition of weathering? Now that I'm thinking about it, probably not. I just don't know. That seems wrong. I feel like I'm correct here. This is like on the other test when I got things wrong, I was like, oh no, I'm just stupid. With this, I feel like they're not answering the right questions. I feel like these are not well-worded questions. And I don't feel bad at all, but I'm getting very angry. Question number 5. A radiometer is a device with fins that spins when light energy strikes them. A picture of a radiometer is shown below. As part of an experiment, a light source was placed 50 centimeters from the radiometer. I was doing the radio voice so well. From a radiometer. The light source gave off 4 different color lights for 30 seconds each. After each color of light was turned off, the amount of time the fins on the radiometer spun was recorded. Their results are shown in the table below. Red 46, green 55, blue 72, white 75.
That's kind of neat, actually. I think I've heard about this before, where they were talking about the light rays hitting the meteorite, that one that everyone people are talking about as being an alien or whatever. And the light rays actually push the meteor into certain, you know, paths and stuff. So a radiometer, I guess, is where you have a glass vacuum or a dome that makes it so no airflow is pushing the damn little spinny thing. And all you're doing is shining a light bulb or, you know, a light at it, and that is pushing the foils because of equal and opposite reaction, which means light has mass, I guess, right? Because the light is being an energy in a wave, but it's also supposed to be massless. But I guess there's some technical thing because it's hitting it enough and bombarding it with enough particles to make it actually push off. Or the act of it reflecting it off is doing the pushing off. Something about it. Like, I'm sure some better science knower can say exactly why light is able to push. That's like, it's like almost like creating a windmill out of a solar energy, right? Like it's using the light source to push it. Oh, the heat. I could see that being a thing that increases molecules, which then helps it move or whatever, like to some degree. Yeah.
5. Which color of light provided the greatest amount of light energy according to the data in the table? White.
Which color of light provided? I mean, white for sure, unless they're going to do some bullshit where they say, oh, well, technically white is not a color. It's just a combination of colors.
It's the biggest number. Yeah. Okay. Why do I keep going out of focus? I'm going to kill.
Because you're turning your head away from it and it's doing eye focus.
Somebody come back to me. That one's not, that was just like, what's the biggest number? That one's, we're so our kids are so Question number 6. The organisms shown below live or near bodies of water. Some are classified as vertebrae and some are invertebrates. So we got a crab, a fish, a manatee, and a turtle. Not the scale, I would assume. Which organism is classified as an invertebrate? The crab. It doesn't have a vertebrae. It's got an exoskeleton. All right, cool. I mean, I should know that. And now we move on. Please, please, God, look at me. It's okay. Just look at me. Stay with me. Nothing else going on. It's just me here. You don't have to unfocus. Please. Got a little something.
In this situation, this is where autofocus can kind of fuck you. I think he's still being animated and moving around, but...
On your eye. I love you, but you're being stupid. Okay. Massachusetts state test. I should know this one. Massachusetts has better schools. That's just a known fact. We're like number 2 or 1. We're sick about it. So I assume I'm gonna know everything. Let's find out. Question number 1. Oh, good God, that's already a little bit too much for you, boy. A carpenter wants to use magnets
How do they
to
work?
keep a cabinet door closed. The carpenter also wants to make sure the cabinet door does not hit a nearby wall when the cabinet door is open. Which diagram shows how the carpenter should place the magnets? I don't know how magnets work. I don't know how magnets work.
No, you don't. You do know how magnets work. What?
Dude. Okay, so you want the...
Wall, cabinet. Oh, they're putting magnets in the wall to repel. Opposites attract. North and north, south and north. This is A. That would attract. That would repel. That would attract. That would attract. That's bad. That would repel, and that would repel. So A.
Want to make sure the cabinet door does not hit nearby wall when the cabinet door is open. So the door, it wants the door to be closed and it wants the wall to bounce it. Okay, so number 1, immediately. The same poles are facing with the wall and opposite poles are facing with the door in the cabinet. It's A. I don't have to look at the other one. It's A. Nice. Swish. Easy peasy. I'm smart. Question 2, a cross-section of 3 sedimentary rocks is shown. Which of the following represents the rock layer in order from youngest to oldest? X is obviously the oldest layer because it's got them old-ass fossils in it.
I mean, shouldn't it be ZYX because of the layering of sediments specifically?
But Y would be the youngest because it has a full undestroyed leaf, an unbiodegraded leaf. But that's in the middle, and that's not how layers work. So if that's not the case, then it's XZY. But if we're talking about layers, it would be XYZ. I'm gonna go with my heart and say XZY. It's A. X.
Oh, from youngest to oldest? Is that what they say?
YZ. Okay. From the youngest to the oldest? Hold on. Which of the following represents the rock layers in order from youngest to oldest?
Okay, I think it said oldest to youngest, but yeah, youngest layer, next oldest layer, oldest layer. Sometimes layers can migrate around, but you would see that happening in evidence of the full layering or whatever.
No. What? I don't know. I don't think that's correct. Layer X would be the oldest. It's got like the arthropod thing in it.
Well, but what? Just because there's an arthropod in it means now that the dirt beneath it is not old dirt? Why does that... What?
Am I wrong? Please tell me. This is bullshit. I'm correct.
I guess because you saw things that did not look as ancient or dinosauric, that you didn't realize that the dirt could also just be old, but yeah.
I don't know. Question 3. 4 locations on the map are labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Got it. North America, Pacific Ocean, Asia, and Australia. And the triangles are volcanoes. Which location is most likely on a plate boundary? I'd gotta go with 3. A lot of volcanoes on the plate, and it looks like a boundary, so we're gonna go with 3. Answer C. I'm correct. Moving on.
I
Question
just want to see the map again, but yeah.
4. Select the 2 sentences that describe examples of erosion. A. Ice melts on a lake. B. Waves...
2 sentences that describe erosion. Well, you've already fucked up erosion once.
rise and fall in the ocean. C, rainwater moves soil down a hill.
Hey, we know that one must be one.
D, rock forms in the bottom of the ocean. E, wind blows sand on a beach to a different area. The answer, C.
Must be C in the last one. Whatever.
And E. Yes, correct. I nailed it. But that means that the question with the rock moving earlier is incorrect. That means
No, it said erosion. That's them moving stuff.
that was an incorrect question. Explain that one to me, science. Question 5.
What?
The model shows a
I thought you learned. I was learning and say, okay, these are the things about moving things specifically.
force acting on a car. The amount of force is represented by the size of the arrow. A second force is applied to the car. As a result, the car's motion stops changing. Which of the following models best represents the forces acting on the car in the second
B.
force applied? It's got to be equal. So it's B.
I mean, you could argue that there's like friction involved in all the materials, so the air maybe needs to be bigger, but like I'm going to assume that they're saying it's a well-lubricated car in a perfect vacuum or whatever.
B. Equal arrows. If it gets a little tap this way, a little tap that way, it stops. Easy peasy. B. All right. I'm so smart when the answer makes sense. This is the last question. It is. Okay. On a sunny day, a student sees a bird as shown in the diagram. That is a hell of a bird. Draw 2 arrows in
Not to scale.
the diagram to show how light travels and makes it possible for the student to see the bird. Draw each arrow from one part of the sun, student, or bird, to another part of the diagram. Draw only 2 arrows in total. Sun to bird, bird to eyes. Bird to girl. Bird, sun, bird, girl. Yes, nailed it. Okay, Chris, go ahead and tally up how smart I am, please. And please don't include the questions that were wrong. So I think if that's the case, I get 100%. 100%. Because that. What is going on? This is a genuine, like, I don't want to say cry for help, but I do need you guys to reach out to me and tell me why I got those questions wrong, because I don't understand them. Either they were poorly worded or just straight up wrong. Either.
Oh, you boy, you. Okay. This one was a bit slower than a normal Tug video because he's just doing a class thing. I thought he was going to go over, these are some crazy experiments that are bad. Maybe I should have skipped it after the first couple of questions. Sorry if it was boring. Let's mix it up with something fun, but also science related. A good old Z Frank. Let's see what went wrong here. I see. So I think I must have fucked up my... It's clicking on the pin message and clearing it before, then it's clicking on the URL there. Weird. Must be just missing or something. Wait, I did what? Oh. There we go.
This episode sponsored by Brilliant. When they first emerged from the nursery that their mother built, mantids don't look like much. Sort of a booger but rib for pleasure vibe. Not all that intimidating at this point, are they? Now, the first order of business is to wriggle out of a tight cocktail dress sort of membrane that surrounds them. And as they do, you can...
I always thought praying mantises were cool bugs because they had fucking swords and they were all like big on killing. They were like a T-Rex bug, kind of. I always was like, I root for mantises, but then also I hated it when I watched nature stuff and then mantises were losing. Like, no, my favorite bug, no. I don't think I would ever actually want to see a mantis because it'd be kind of creepy and I wouldn't like it. But in theory, I thought mantises were the coolest bugs.
Start to see their legs and their antennae. You know, getting those antennae out, that's a real bitch. That membrane she was in is attached to the inside of the egg case by a silken thread that her mummy made. Some foresight there, because this little baby can use it to climb down. Of course, she's not alone. She's got some siblings up in there. And pretty soon there's a whole mess of them hanging by the...
Oh my, I would not enjoy walking along and going, huh, and then like, oh, getting like a bunch of like silky worm babies stuck to you as they're all wiggling around. I would hate that, obviously. Also, it's kind of scary to have them all just poking out and then drooping down.
Their butts like anatomically correct Spider-Men. And women, when they finally get down from the ropes course, the world is a bit stacked against them. I mean, they're barely a thing at this point. You can see right through them. The outside bits probably don't even have that.
That's kind of crazy. They're just so raw that they're translucent. They don't have bones. They have like a closed an open circulatory system. The blood kind of just flubs and flows around inside of their body. They have a very different structure, being an invertebrate and all.
much of a crunch. And to make matters worse, there isn't that much of a sibling bond going on. Around the same time that you and I were swaddled up and sucking on a tit, these ones are surrounded by cannibals. Look at this one. He's pulling on his own leg to get away from that ass biter. Now, if they survive that
brutal,
they have to get themselves to some food and shelter. But at this stage, they don't have
eating him alive. God damn, dude.
Their wings. They can, however, jump. And they're damn good at it, too. Look at this one mugging for the camera. Shameless. It's not about you. They can even push off smooth surfaces like glass because they have these little toe pads for extra grippage. Because they're pushing off with their back legs, their bodies rotate in the air. But they can stabilize this with their Really, Jerry? Yes, I want you to change it. All right. They can modify their posture mid-air to line up with the target. These manted nymphs will have to go through a series of molts before they reach adulthood. And
that was always the thing that seemed like it was the worst part of being a bug, was having to eventually just drop your exoskeleton, be very vulnerable. It's annoying. It's dangerous. It seems like a huge design flaw, even though bugs are like some of the most like mass out of all things in nature or whatever. It's like, what a fucking design flaw, bro. I guess they just win too hard in other ways that it's fine. Because also it's gross because you have these fucking dusty skeletons they leave behind. And it's terrifying.
It's in that final molt. God, that's a terrible word. Molt. Anyway, it's in the final one that they get their wings, as well as functioning naughty bits. It's a pretty exciting day. I'm sure it beats finding your first pubic hair. And that was pretty exciting. Now, they don't all come out the oven looking like this. You know, this one's a bit vanilla, or mint, I guess. But mantids come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. You'll notice that most of them go for a sort of camouflage situation. Now, this hidey-hidey business is important, not only because there's birds out there with bad intentions, but also because mantids are ambush hunters. Now, I don't know how much ambushing you've done, but it works a lot better if they can't see you. If they can, it gets awkward. How come you're crouching behind the water cooler sort of deal? Now, depending on where they live, they've evolved to blend into all sorts of things.
It's crazy, bro.
Jerry, there's not one in this shot. No, it doesn't underscore the point. Anyway, they've evolved to blend into a bunch of things. See, now my rhythm's off. Sure, you got some slackers that didn't put much effort into it. I mean, being long and green is sort of straight out of Hiding in Nature 101. But you can see that selection has a way of pushing you towards some of the details. This one picked up some of that reddish fringe. Look at the back end on this one. You'll see some stripes that are just around the right distance. And here you got, what is that, a leopard print? You could blend into brunch at the yacht club. A number of others went for stick. It's a bit Captain Obvious, if you ask me. I mean, they're not obvious. That's the whole point, but you know what I'm saying. But for my money, it's the ones that went for leaf that you want to take the lessons from.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Especially the dead ones. It's a lot of edging. You got to get your crimping iron out. But if you want the Oscar, it's all about method acting. And they lean into it, literally. Get their sway on. What's that, Mommy? Is it dangerous? Oh, no, that's just a leaf dangling in the wind. Can I touch it? You know, and then you're giving away size small clothing at the yard sale. All right, that's dark. A lot of this sort of camouflage is about blending into the clutter. Ragged edges and mottled coloration. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to be kind of messy in the right way. There are, however, mantids that have...
Like painting Nurgle or painting orc stuff in Warhammer 40k. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Evolved to look like things that are fairly specific, like some manted nymphs that seem to mimic a specific species of ant. It's the attitude that gives them away, though. This one's ready to fight the whole f***ing world. For a long time, it was assumed that orchid mantises were mimicking specific species of orchids. Makes sense, right? Look just like a flower, hide amongst them, and then eat things that come to pollinate them. Of course, the science hippies had to come in and say it was more complicated. It's a bummer that bullshit's so much easier to understand. So anyways, here's the deal. The orchid mantis gets into the whole deception thing fairly...
That's kind of beautiful, honestly. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, if you painted one of these, I'd say that's not what a mantis looks like. That's too much like a flower. That's too beautiful.
Young. When they're babies, they're tiny. So tiny that ants prey on them. See that little red thing under the leaf? That's one getting chased right there. The red and black bodysuit is assumed to mimic an...
Assassin bug, and faker. Oh, that's crazy that they have different modes, different parts of their life when they're a different size, they have different camouflages. That's even more impressive.
Assassin bug. You can probably trick a couple ants that way, the dumb ones. After the first molt, sounds like you're trying to deep throat a cue ball. Molt? Anyway, they change color and start getting that flower vibe. They also start to develop these petal-shaped lobes on the back two pair of legs, sort of like fake glutes. The thought was that this was to trick pollinators into thinking they were an orchid which they would hide amongst. Now, to our eyes, that seems plausible, but insects see the world different, and to a bee, the orchid mantis doesn't necessarily read orchid, but it does look like a flower to die for. Sorry. The pigment that gives the mantis its color absorbs UV light, just like many flowers do, and to pollinators, this makes it pop out from the background. The mantis also seems to emit some chemical cues, and all of this works so well that many pollinators prefer the mantis over real flowers. So instead of mimicking a specific flower, they seem to have hacked their prey's sensory systems to become a thing.
Well, also, because they still look camouflaged to the eyes, that helps them fight against visual hunters, like, I guess, birds or whatever, but then also attract based off of the UV element / pheromonal element. Extra impressive.
It just sort of exudes flowerness. But what about those flower petals they have on their legs? I mean, that seems fairly specific. There's a reason I've been going on about Brilliant for years now. It's because Brilliant helps know the concepts, or know how it ticks, Frank, or scan the QR code on screen. Premium subscription. Where were we? Oh, right. So if orchid mantises don't really look like orchids to their prey, then why bother with the fancy petal-shaped leg lobes? Well, the science hippies looked into that too. Built a model mantis out of clay that the pollinators were just as attracted to. I mean, at this point, you gotta start wondering about these pollinators. But this allowed them to move those leg lobes around or remove them altogether. And it turns out they don't really matter that much, at least not the pollinators. But they do seem to have another function. The juvenile mantises may not have wings, but they can use those lobes to glide. In fact, they're the best-known gliding arthropod, sort of a niche awards category. And it seems like those leg lobes may have evolved for that function first. Now, some other mantises evolved.
Science is crazy. Science is crazy. All right, we got this cut open plastic bottle in. Wiggle it. There it goes. Let's track how far it glides. All right.
Lobes on their front legs. Not for gliding, but so they can do these karate chop dance moves. And they do these when they're about to get their ass kicked. Now, to a predator, this sort of thing is probably just straight up confusing. But if they do get attacked, these lobes can act as decoys. You can see that other mantis goes for the lobe, not the body. And you'd rather get a scratch on your arm than your head bit. And that's the thing, under pressure, a lot of mantises don't just tuck tail and run. They get big, stand their ground. And on the other side of that camo, some of them have some fancy shit going on. You know how like some rich people have those red-soled shoes to warn you they might be toxic? These startle displays are used to confuse...
Yo, bro, you wanna fuck with us? Yo, you came to the wrong neighborhood. Yo, what's going on, dude? Hey, what's up?
As a predator, make them pause for a second and wonder just who it is they're fucking with. Now, you're probably wondering how well it works, and I'll let you know how this scene plays out in a minute. But you'll notice that this one's sort of swaying back and forth. It's not just to look cray-cray, it also has to do with how mantises perceive depth. Just by moving their head, even with a single eye, they can use something called parallax. The idea here is that as you move, things closer to you move more than things farther away. Here, we'll track the tips of these two leaves. You know something's closer to you because it appears to move a lot more than the stuff behind it. Another way to judge depth is
Well, multiple eyes also help. And if they have a compound eye, they would give a lot of that.
pretty straightforward, literally. It's called looming. That's when an object appears to get bigger in your visual field fairly quickly.
Science is crazy, bro. You're just tripping out these fucking mantises by going, whoa. You're like, oh, made you look, made you think. It's like, oh, shit.
You don't need a ton of fancy calculations to know you're about to get hit in the face. But mantises have another trick, and for that it's worth a refresher on how we perceive depth. We use something called stereopsis. Because our eyes are a few inches apart, the image that's projected onto the back of each eye...
I've done it a lot of times where you're like looking at something and then you try to use this to block it from one eye, but you can see it with the other eye and you're like, damn it. You know, like the sun, you'll get like behind like the bar in the middle of like the school bus and get the shadow just right, but then the other eye can't see it, and like you really notice how the stereoscopic, or you get fingers too close, and then it looks like you have like the 4 fingers because your 2 eyes are trying to duplicate the image back and forth, and you can see both in front of it and behind it at the same time, and it's kind of crazy. I used to fuck around with that because I'm a kid with ADHD, so I'm just like everything possible.
Slightly different. You know this because when you were bored as hell as a child, you'd focus on an object, then alternate which eye was open and watch things that were in front or back of that object shift. Listen, I grew up in the 80s. That's what we did. What our big fancy brain does is take these 2 different images and essentially move them over each other to find areas of matching brightness. The more it has to shift these images to match an object, the closer that object is. The brightness of that object in each eye has to be roughly the same though. If you put on special glasses that reverse the brightness in one eye, even though the shapes are the same, we could no longer compute the depth. Our brains are constantly doing this brightness matching, and it's a heavy...
That's kind of cool. That it's based off brightness. Wow. Giving me some crazy ideas for some weird, stupid shit, but yeah. Oh. I wonder what was happening during this period of time. This was from 220, 240. That's 30 minutes of time where there was none of these interruptions. This period was a significant number of interruptions. And we got a couple again, but there's like this huge break in it. Why? What does it think it's, because apparently no one has a problem. So what does it think it's happening, and why is it inconsistent? Makes me go crazy.
Lift. Insects and their tiny brains by and large don't do this. Their eyes also see 2 slightly different images, but their brains don't really match them up. But mantises seem to be unique among insects in that they do something similar to what we do. And it comes in handy when they want to eat one of those little green burritos there. Perthwap. Instead of matching up brightness in each eye, they match up areas where there's motion. Doesn't even have to look the same in each eye, just has to move. Schwaba! They know this because they put little 3D glasses on mantises. With wax, they come off. That way they could control what each eye sees. Like one eye could only see the red dot and the other eye could only see the blue one. If we wore the glasses, this would be like a crappy 3D movie, with a single purplish dot that would appear to float. But because it's standing still, the mantis most likely doesn't experience this as having depth. But once those dots start moving, the mantis system turns on. Now with those glasses, it's all 3D. And when it appears to be in the sweet spot about 2.5 centimeters away, they strike. So those little mantis brains don't have to calculate all the time, only when it counts. Now in terms of mantid strikes, I told you that we'd follow up on this scenario. Oh, all right. Well, that didn't play out like I thought it would. But listen, you should know, lizards and mantids have beef, and it starts in childhood. Back then, the lizards, they're like bullies on the playground. I mean, the stakes are a bit higher, but you can see it's not exactly a fair fight. But by the time that the mantis hits puberty, it's a different story. Look at that, he's found his swagger. Not sure that shaking your ass has ever looked so intimidating. That lizard's having...
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's what a mantis is. Got, more of like, I don't know, spiny scythes. It doesn't quite float like a butterfly because it's kind of just moving. But it does have wings eventually.
Some second thoughts, isn't he? And then by the time they're full grown, I mean, it's a mantis the size of you. And I'm sure in this situation, you do the same thing that the lizard does. Run away! Now you can see that this lizard here had a bit more bravado. And the technique, by the way, you'll notice that it went right for its head. It's like fighting a zombie. You gotta take out the brain. Because here's what happens when you don't. Now this is a little unusual because you see that the mantis used the tip of its leg to pierce through the eye of the lizard. Normally the mantis strike is much more grabby-grabby. I'm sure you've seen it. It sort of starts off in a reverse boxer pose. The front part of the leg, the tibia, is folded back against the femur. And by the way, this right here is what happens when you cut funding. The science hippies can't even afford the real flowers. Gotta go down to the Dollar General in their home decor section. Whoops. Now inside those legs, they're all Popeye, filled with these bulky muscles. When they're in this cocked pose, they build up a little tension. And then if something gets in their strike zone, the whole thing goes off in 2 stages. Oh geez, Jerry?
God, that's a huge fucking cricket, or whatever the hell that was.
Can you get one that's not an idiot? In the first stage, they kick the whole thing out, sending the front part of the legs just beyond the prey. Then the flexors kick in, putting the brakes on that movement and snapping the tibia back towards the femur, trapping the prey between those two rows of spines. Because these movements are controlled by muscles and not a spring, for example, the movements are quite precise and can be adjusted for the size of the prey and its speed. They're not perfect. I mean, you try kicking out and catching something behind your knee, but they've got a don't quit attitude and they'll do it again until they get it right. Now, there is this one newly discovered species in Peru that seems to do it a bit different. The front of their leg is evolved into a sort of fork, a combat fork with serrated tines, and they use this to directly stab insects instead of grabbing them. Look at how proud of herself this one looks. Now, if you mix all this weaponry with that built-in mantis aggression, you could imagine that making babies can get a bit intense. In most cases, the female is larger, so you definitely want to wait till she's ready. And luckily, she makes that pretty clear. She's got a gland in her abdomen that releases some let's get busy stank. Now, in many species, you can't see it, but you can see this sort of drop that ass pose that she assumes. I mean, she's upside down, so it's more of a lifting butt. More of a lifting. But the female Stenophylla lobovertex has a very prominent gland. Pops right out and wafts its beguiling pheromones. Now, the male's antennae are packed with these little sensory hairs that can pick up on those cues. When he does do, it's usually best to approach with a bit of caution. You've seen what happens when things appear in their strike zone. Now, there are exceptions. The male springbok mantis is a bit short on patience. He goes right in and makes a wrestling match out of it. It's a bit of a questionable tactic. About half the males are dead before they even get a chance to mate. And the female often gets injured. The whole thing's a mess. In most species, the males have more chill. You know, play it cool until you're close enough and on the right side of those grabbers. Then you make your move. From here, it's a bit of a make sure you bring the manual sort of sex, because the female has a genital plate that needs to be pried open. Typical male, he's got a whole bunch of tools for the
It's like undoing the bra.
job. There's a hook for the prying, and then another doodad to hold it open. The males typically approach from the right and dress to the left, as the tailors say.
Wait, I dressed to the left. Wait, what? That's crazy. How do they know?
As you can imagine, the whole thing often takes some doing. Once it's all in place, the transfer of his sperm to her spermatheca can take between 20 minutes and 6 hours, depending on, well, you know how it goes. Might be thinking about work or the cat jumps on the bed. Now, most of the time, for most species, the male walks away just fine. Sure, once in a while, she's hungry. I mean, we've all been there, and DoorDash takes forever. Mummy, do you remember Daddy? Sure, he was delicious, great looking. Now, the female sort of pockets that sperm and can use it a few times. I mean, you can't blame her. Who wants to go through all that every time you want to make a baby? But when she's ready, she lays down a frothy substance, a bit like spray foam insulation, which later hardens into an ootheca, a casing in which she'll lay all her future little badasses. And that, my love, is...
Wait, does she then lay them at the same time? I guess it doesn't.
Is how the mantis do.
That's crazy. Also, that's the cold foam you don't want
the thing
on
that no one tells you about eating butterfly. I mean, sure, they're delicious, but they're like the Ritz cracker of the insect world. You end up with crumbs all over you. It's like a second meal getting that shit off.
I don't think Ritz have a lot of crumbs on the hands. I don't think it's that. Oh. Okay. 3 a.m. A 4-hour stream is not that long. I should probably keep doing it right. Where if I wanted to go live at 7, not at fucking what, 10 or 11. I don't think maybe I was live at 11. We're moving back slowly, bit by bit. We used to go live at 1, but by 1 it was actually like 3 or 4 a.m. Then we went live at 1. Then we went live at 11. So we're moving ourselves back, bit by bit. I'm proud of myself. Whatever. We still have some more videos for tomorrow because it'll be another weekend day, and then we'll have some new ones as well. A 4-hour stream does feel a little light, but I got some other stuff I can do. You know, I can do stuff. What do you think? It's supposed to be chats and reacts. And there's been some chats. There has been some chats. Get high. I assume, yeah. Other stuff. Yeah, other stuff. Other stuff's good. Is there enough? Also, the time of night is tough. I don't know if, like... Oh, One Hand, I think, is live. There you go. Why not? And if you want to stay, you can stay. And if not, I totally understand. Flash. Page. Oh, now I have to make sure I... Yeah. Do not allow you to raid at this time. Well, balls. Nandre. I kind of missed most of Nandre's Boobtober. So if you want to go hang out with Nandre, you can. If not, whatever. Either way, I'll see you tomorrow. If you're going to be here tomorrow. Have fun. Bye-bye.